bitches. You get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so stupid.
Yeah, tell him what's up. Tell him what's up.
You get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so stupid.
Now, I'm not saying. He just fucking. He fucking died. How did he do that so fast? Oh my god. I actually think off that was big. Oh, you do? Okay, we should listen to fucking that. That's incredible. Now, I'm not saying that you gotta be tight, you just gotta bring some energy when you on the mic. The kind of sudden shit that hits just like an audio spike, or like flirting with a girl who you know ain't your type. Consider this the first time I'm dropping real fire, this the pilot episode, think it's called Jebediah. Kerbal Space Program, got fans on Duma, I'd build something to tour there, but fuck it man, I'm too dumb. Stupid. And I'm denying any chances of me releasing any good music and becoming a nominee at the Grammys 2022 gramophone. Absent from my home, please give me a chance, I'm on my fucking knees. Please hurt me when I go. I've been sampling the injury fellas a bit much, I know. If you know, you 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 know.
You get no bitches. You get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so stupid. You get no damsels. You get no women. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so foolish. You get no bitches. You get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so stupid. You get no damsels. You get no women. Can't launch a rocket, my man. You so foolish. Gotta tell my mama sorry for getting into this medium. It was really painful teaching her Spotify Premium. Versus getting weaker, track falls into tedium. Young pipes, but not exactly on helium. You've heard all these flows before, cause I'm stealing them. Flopping for decades, cause these beats, I ain't feeling them. Hello? I can't think of anything else that'll rhyme with the past 6 lines. I owe myself a break, a chance to step back and take a deep breath. I'm finally awake, it's some centuries into the future, maybe 3, and I'm on another planet like this KSP. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program, Kerbal Space Program. All this fucking engineering got me feeling so crammed, cause I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know how to do it. You get no bitches, you get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man, you so stupid. You get no damsels, you get no women. Can't launch a rocket, my man, you so foolish. You get no bitches, you get no bitches. Can't launch a rocket, my man, you so stupid. You get no damsels, you get no women. Can't launch a rocket, my man, you so foolish.
Anybody tired of this yet? Oh no, what have I done? I'll go back to my corner now. This is my corner. Wait. Gotta get my glasses on. There we go. Okay. Gotta play some Kerbal Space Program. Want an egg for this? What does that mean? Anyway, gotta play some Kerbal Space Program to decree that I do a rap every stream. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can manage that. Dropping some sick beats every single stream. But before we begin tonight, I will say this. There's gonna be some gaming channel recordings going on for this. So whenever you see that up in the corner, that means that XSplit is capturing video, and everything in the game, at least, is gonna go over to the gaming channel. Because this is actually a pretty big mission for me. I've never been to Tylo. It's the hardest moon to land on that doesn't have an atmosphere. It's the hardest thing to land on in this game that doesn't have an atmosphere. I don't remember exactly how much gravity Tylo has. I think it has as much as Kerbin, because the moon itself is very, very dense. But before we do any of that, I need to refuel Pegasus, and that's going to take forever. I said we were going to stream this for 8 hours, so you guys are stuck here. Luckily, everything is ready to go. We don't have to build anything. I hope you guys are ready for your extended Kerbal session with me, the head of the production's resident space expert. I believe it's this one. I could be wrong. It is this one. Okay, good. This is the tanker. We send this up, we refuel Pegasus. Let's go. Yeah, I'll be here till I get the Fallout Equestria panel here to... Ooh! Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, there's something to do while we wait for things to happen in this game. Only know of this game because it was referenced in the Henry Stickmin series. I know this game from Scott Manley, and I kind of picked it up and when it came to Steam, and one of the best 20 bucks I ever spent. It's a bit wobbly today. Control from the Clampatron. That's right, because I put a design flaw on this one so people can't steal it. The probe core, I think here, right here, the remote guidance unit is upside down. Yellow timer? What yellow timer? You mean this yellow timer? Engage. This one's heavy. FPS? Oh. That gives me a great idea, actually. I'm gonna turn this on. Alright, let me know if you guys can actually see that. Oh, it does appear. Okay, we can get fraps up in the corner, and you can actually see what our current frame rate is, which is, it's sitting at around 12. Thank you, fraps. Like the name Manley. I love that guy's accent. He's like, hello, it's Scott Manley here, back with Kerbal Space Program. 11 FPS launching that monstrosity. Yes, it's a very good PC, thank you. This is a monstrosity, by the way. Wait till you see what it's gonna fuel. This is being launched on top of what I call the Super Eagle. The Super Eagle is basically 2 extra boosters from the regular Eagle Heavy. Originally, I launched this on top of a God rocket, which is the most powerful rocket I have, but no, this ended up being enough, actually. Xenon gas is not that heavy. I've done this a number of times. I did it after the Bobble mission, after... KSP is not well optimized for good PCs of the 2010 Plus. Yeah. I believe it. You don't gotta tell me twice. I get frame rate problems with this game all the time. Scott Manley also got me into the game. Now if I can actually learn how to throttle in the game. Throttling's not that hard. Me, I personally run mechanical jeb because I'm lazy. Like, I could absolutely do these things, but I like to have my hands free. Let's get some music. it's something kind of grand for our actual launch. And there it is. It's my favorite soundtrack. It really is, actually. We're down to 10 frames per second. Stuff. I used to use these all the time. They were called EVA struts. They were struts that you could attach them to your rocket, and then you could have a guy go out on EVA and attach them to another part of the rocket. Now, when they added the engineering update, that became outdated, so now I just do that. She still has fuel in the tank. Even after the gravity turn. She's gonna coast to the edge of the atmosphere now, I guess. Thing about this game too is that it's a quiet game. It's a nice, quiet game. I enjoy Kerbal Space Program, especially when it's late at night. It's just recording it is the problem, because like when we land on planets, I want to be like, yeah! Is this music from Tales of Equestria? No, it is not. This is from the Starbound soundtrack. This is just as, if not more, whimsical. She's coasting. Give her a minute. I'm gonna activate the auto warp. There she goes. Oh yeah, the power drain on that is kind of bad. Up next, music from Star Trek. Nope, all copyright free tonight. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's mostly the Starbound soundtrack. There's a couple other things mixed in though. This is... We're still on stage 1, and we're not out of fuel. It's another 793 meters per second to orbit. Starbound is all free for streaming. Yeah, the soundtrack is, at least. Best space music is hands down the Apollo 13 credits song. I didn't even think of that. See, I just finished up the Apollo 18 review just recently, like a couple hours ago. Like maybe 4 hours ago, I wrapped up the audio on that. I think you guys are gonna like that review, actually. It's fucking funny. I've been wanting to say stuff about that movie for a really long time now. It's like, wait, they were moon rock spiders? What do you mean they were moon rock? We built up this whole time and they were moon rock spiders? How is they moon rock spiders? Where did they come from? What do they eat? I mean, obviously they eat astronauts, but the moon has been there for billions of years. What did they eat in the meantime? Did they eat moon rocks? Is that cannibalism? Or is it like how a dingo eats its babies type situation? Spiders from Apollo 18. You know, everyone's favorite mission to the moon, the one they canceled. Don't even get me started on the Apollo missions. Like, I know everything there is to know. If you let me, I'll tell you all of it. And I do mean all of it. On. When I make 100 reviews of Top Gun Maverick. As a matter of fact, there's a bit of a jab at Top Gun Maverick at the beginning of the review. More to see of Richard Nixon keeping the Soviets from getting friendly with the spiders. As a matter of fact, there's a deleted scene in that movie where they survive and they end up back on Earth. And it turns out the U.S. government wanted them to get infected so that they could use the moonrock spider venom to develop bioweapons to fight Soviets. So if that's not the dumbest thing in the universe, I don't know what is. Am I still getting render on those things? Yes, I am, despite the fact that they're 7 kilometers away from me. Huh. Checks out? No, it doesn't check out. That's why they deleted the scene. There's like 4 alternate endings to that movie. He dies in all 4 of them. He dies in the real ending. You have to realize, it's a stupid, stupid movie. It's amazing that it's still in theaters making money like it hasn't slowed down enough to make the theaters drop the movie. But They did drop Apollo 18, though. All the trash in orbit? Hey, that trash is important. You see this? That's a probe. You see this? That's the satellite of love. That's where we were hanging out on the previous stream. You see this? That's a probe. And this is Milo. That's a rock, actually. And this, that's my space station. This is a probe. This is a probe. This is a probe. That is Unicorn. And this right here is Pegasus. That's our target. Oh, so talking about the pieces still ejected in the 3D render sphere? Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. Is there anything close enough? No, not really. I don't actually have that much up here in the grand scheme of things. My main communications satellite is way out here. That's the Kerbal Mass Relay. I'll tell you what, though. I think there is a lot around the Mun. Where's the Mun? There's the Mun. Okay, no. There's not a lot around the Mun. There's just a lot on the Mun. I've been to the Mun more times than I can count. Hey, FB3. You missed it. We're already in space. I got the tanker up into space. Right, so, someone earlier reminded me of a thing that I gotta work on. It's pronounced Miun. No, it's pronounced Mun. I'm the first Vtuber on the Mun, actually. They're making a sequel to KSP. I am very aware. My goal is to land on every planet in this game before that game drops. That's why we're going to Tylo. I've already drawn up graphics for Headhunter Space Program 2. Anyway, while we're waiting for rendezvous, we actually have a separate thing that we need to do outside of Kerbal Space Program. Yeah. So, check this out. I'm gonna get window capture. Add source. This is why I autopilot, by the way. So that I can work on stuff like this. Here, I'm gonna put that up in the corner, actually. Okay, so I need this one. Alright, which one of these is the correct? Alright, this one. This one. There's supposed to be a new page of Comet trails tomorrow, and Saturday evening is when I work on it. That's 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, this is 8. And this is 9. Wait. Hold up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Shit. I'm 1 short of the usual 10. Let me get the calculator out. Because this last image has to be 1920, usually by 10,800 pixels, but 9 times 1080 is 9,700 820. I need to go back to that panel, be back at 10-ish. But we got Fallout Equestria right here. I'm doing multiple things at the same time. You know what I could show you while this is open, actually? I can actually show you that logo. Because some of you may not have actually seen it. Here, check this out. Ha ha ha! Headed to Space Program 2. It's not the most original looking logo, but it works. It works alright. Anyway. I guess for KSP2 release date. Yeah, it's sometime, I think, Q1 2023. Kerbal Space Program 2 is coming out. It just says 2023 on Steam, but whatever. Hey, Visor! Alright, let me bring you up to speed. Rocket here. And, comic work up in the corner. Control Shift N. Oh, wait, oops. Whatever. N. Adding new layers onto every single one of these. If you guys don't want spoilers for Comet trails, don't worry. This is the page going up tomorrow. Just got here, what did you miss? Well, we launched the tanker into orbit, and right now we are currently in the process of rendezvousing with Pegasus so that we can fuel that. In the meantime, comic work up in the corner. Later in the stream, this will probably be replaced with, what is it? Sony Vegas. What are my funds currently? This is Sandbox. We're in Sandbox. And, like, this is a really, really old save that predates when career mode was actually added to the game. Jeez, I think the old Rover prototypes are still up on the Mun. I know that there are still some space probes up around the sun from my early days. Why does that say 800 and... Wait a minute. Hold up. Are you broken? Heard of the World War mod where you can blow up buildings and build nukes, tanks, and all that fun stuff? That's... Why do people play Kerbal Space Program so they can dick around on the ground? Is that you have a space program. You could go anywhere in the solar system, and you chose to stay on Kerbin and build tanks. Is my ship the only thing in render distance? The closest thing to us right now is an Odyssey 2 probe, which is 60.4 kilometers away from us. Get some juice back in the batteries there. That'll be 1,000 times more readable once I get the outlines in. What color did I use for, Molly? Hang on, I gotta pull up some old references. Molly's been out for a few pages. Last time we saw her was page... was 12-6-133. Okay, it was the dark green. Okay. That's still working, right? Hang on. Next intercept window would be 20 orbits away, which is more than the maximum of 9. Increasing phasing rate by establishing new orbit at 82.84 km. Okay, when are you planning on doing that? 10 minutes? Okay. Okay, 10 minutes. We have time acceleration. It's not actually going to be 10 minutes. Have I heard of Terra Genesis, the mobile/PC game? Is that like a Genshin clone? If she talks with a different color, is it because she's being possessed? No. The way Comet Trails works is that every character has a different color. Comet is purple, Molly's green. Lily back there is, I believe she is, I think she's orange. Hang on, I gotta check that, actually. She is orange, okay. Mike has a light blue color. Matt has a dark blue color. How are we looking over here? This is the way, all the ways of space. I don't get it. But Pegasus is 57 km out, I think. That's either Pegasus or Unicorn. That's Pegasus. It's a space game where you can colonize and terraform planet. Okay, I think I've heard of this, actually. I think I saw it, and I was like, oh god, it's a mobile game. Well, I'm out. I didn't know it was on Steam, though. I've heard of Terra Invicta. Terragenesis, you... Ah, no, do not play Robot Monster again. We will get in trouble again. Okay, so I clicked on the website Terragenesis, and I got... something about green energy. Google Play, App Store, and Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Mike and Matt, the unstoppable force of nature. Yes, although... Mike is teamed up with Comet in this one. You really should read the comic. It's great. I love it. What's your excuse? Come on. It's only 137 pages long. Sure, that sounds like a lot, but it's an easy read. Come over to Stellaris where you can genocide it and everything. You know, I thought about it, but that game has so much DLC and so much going on, I wouldn't even know where to start. Right now, my space sim is, Elite Dangerous. There's a lot going on over there right now. Yes, I'm very aware of, Stellaris and the, terrible, terrible, terrible things you can do in that game. That game's crazy. Oh my god, it's gonna take forever until Starfield comes out. Oh, you know we're streaming Starfield. We are gonna non-stop stream Starfield until my hands fall off. Which, given my carpal tunnel situation, might be sooner rather than later. Anyway. Hang on, I need to look up some gun maintenance specifications. Okay, it's not called soot. It's called... oh no, wait, no, it can be called soot. The proper term for it, though, is carbon fouling. The other type is copper fouling. Alright. this. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Starfield, no rush. This is your life now forever. Yep, basically. Like, when Fallout 4 came out, I said, quote, well, here we go. The game that brings me into the next stage of my life. Okay, whenever we hear the engine go off, that means something's about to happen. I should probably be, like, more off to the side here, so, like, I'm not... Yeah, this is better. Yep, typo. Almost didn't catch that one. Yeah, I am very excited for Starfield. Have yet to finish Fallout 4's story and keep starting a new game because I get bored. Oh. Well, the first thing I did was finish the story. SpaceX is live, launching a bunch of Starlink satellites. Yeah. I stopped watching those. Like, if SpaceX does something interesting, like, if they come out and say, hey, Starship is going up, I'll tune in, but I stopped watching their regular live launches. I stopped watching regular launches. I don't even talk about them anymore, actually. Landing in boosters is something that is never guaranteed to work. It's more likely that it will work now than that it won't work, though. Their success rate on those booster returns is not something to scoff at. It's actually revolutionary. And the fact that NASA will not, the fact that NASA has yet to catch up with them is frightening. That's why I'm not exactly excited for SLS in 2 days. And its $4.4 billion price tag. For one rocket. Alexa, how much did a Saturn V rocket cost?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the cost was $185 million apiece.
Okay,
Did
so...
that answer your question?
For once, yes. Thank you.
Thanks for your feedback.
I already forgot what she said. Alexa, how much did a Saturn V rocket cost?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the cost was $185 million apiece.
185 million, okay. $185 million in 1969 dollars. 189,000, 10,000, 100,000. million. I don't know. That's... How many zeros is that? Hang on. The actual launch? We're not even at the actual launch, for God's sake. I'm more concerned about the cost of the rocket. It's taken $4.4 billion to build this one rocket, and then... Alright, calculate that. Please use values less than 10 million. What? Okay. Fine. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million in 1969. Was $8,322,359.55. Now, I'll just pull out my regular calculator here. Yeah, folks, get ready to get down into the math. So, 8,322,359 times, what did she say? 189 million? Let's go with that. Times 189 is 1.5 billion in today's money for each Saturn V. The Saturn V rocket from 1969. You could have 2.5 of those for the price of one SLS. And the SLS doesn't even carry the lunar lander. NASA, what are you doing? Oh my God. You shouldn't be bringing the costs up. They should be going down. I can't believe this. I cannot believe that this was my first, this was the first time doing the math. Oh no. You could you could actually have 2.5 Saturn V's for the price of one SLS. And the thing is, too, the Saturn V has better engines on it. To be fair, remaking a Saturn V today will cost 20 times than SLS. You know we have a few Saturn V's laying around, right? And I'm pretty sure they kept the blueprints. I don't see why they wouldn't. They got one down at the Cape. I've seen it. Hunter, you been to the Cape? Hell yeah, I've been to the Cape. What do you think of... I know, going to Cape Canaveral involves going to Florida, but... Remaking them and refitting them with today's technology. Well, the Saturn V ran on a computer that's less powerful than your TI-84 calculator. Alright, my computer that's sitting next to me costs $2.5 grand. And I'm sitting here playing Kerbal Space Program, which for some reason, has its time acceleration turned all the way down. Anyway, no, there it goes. Okay. Okay, I guess it was just readjusting. Try this game on PS4 once. Too dumb for this game. Well, you should try it on Xbox. They give those bastards a launch pad on the Mun. We never got the Mun launch pad. And you know what I say? They gave those Xbox freaks the Mun launch pad because they were too stupid to launch from Kerbin. Something's happening. Finally. Finally, something's happening. KSP must not be played on, yes, it must be played with, must be played on PC. This is a PC game, first and foremost. Like, you tell me how you're gonna fiddle with all these buttons over here, all these buttons and displays on a console. How are you gonna reach in and select a very specific fuel tank here and then tell the game to empty that fuel tank? How are you gonna do that on a console? How can you do that? How can you do that? Maybe I want to select this tiny solar panel here and be like, how much fuel is that? Yeah, how much electricity is that getting? Good, plenty. Yeah, that works. Or you want to click on the docking port here and be like, control it from this docking port. You can't do that with a controller. You can't do that with a controller. When we go back to the moon, we must be able to bring enough materials to give Elon Musk a lunar mansion. No. No, we don't. He's gonna get a mansion on Mars. Elon Musk doesn't want to go to the moon, he wants to go to Mars so that he can rename it. A Marsica, capital city, Musktown, USA. United States of a Marsica. We're like a lunar prison or Mars prison for Elon Musk. Elon hasn't done anything illegal, that's the thing. People may hate him, but he hasn't necessarily done anything that could get him arrested. Maybe backing out of the Twitter deal, but let's face it, we all knew that wasn't going to happen anyway. I only pay attention to Musk for the space program. Which, like, you can't scoff at what he's done with his space program. It's actually revolutionary. I mean, Elon Musk himself, he's a lunatic, plain and simple. I think it was a couple of years back where Elon Musk was complaining about traffic in Los Angeles and said he wished he could build a tunnel under the city. So he built a tunnel under the city, and then he started selling hats for his tunnel. 40,000 hats later, he got bored of hats and switched the hats out for flamethrowers. He sold out of those. And then 2 days later, he strapped his car to the top of the most powerful rocket ever built and shot it into fucking space. And then the rocket fucking landed itself. Like, that's all true. What a fucking unit. The fuck? Okay. Play a game with me here real quick, guys. Corporate needs you to find the difference between this color and this color. there yet? Oh, Christ. Ugh. The frame rate's gotten noticeably worse. I think we're there. Oh, yeah, we're there. Okay. Disengage that autopilot. Activate SAS. We are now gonna enter the more tedious part of this process. This monstrosity is Pegasus. Pegasus is my interplanetary exploration vehicle. With an over-engineered engine. Alright, just real quick, we're gonna have Pegasus lock on to that docking port, and it is going to control from this docking port. And we're gonna go ahead and spin that around. Wonder how you would do zero-G D&D like how you do... You've been watching my show, haven't you? There's a running joke for zero-G D&D in the Headhunter Space Program on Headhunter Gaming. I think it's tomorrow's episode, I actually just come out and say, oh, it's magnets. Are you gonna upgrade the ferry ship with stock-like station parts? What do you mean the ferry ship? Which one's the ferry ship? Is this what you mean by the ferry ship, or do you mean the shuttle? The shuttle that I crashed last night. This thing, oh. It is running all stock parts, except for a few mechanical JEB modules. I love this ship. Like, there are better interplanetary exploration ships, but this one is mine. Look, it's got an onboard telescope and a science lab. Like, come on, man. This ship is good. This is beautifully complicated. It is beautifully complicated. I do love this ship. It is propelled by several ion engines that I have modded. And I will go over exactly how I have modded them in just a moment. But first... we need to dock this thing. With this thing. And we will go ahead and engage the docking autopilot. We'll give it a speed limit of 0.4. I found this speed to be reasonable. It's fast enough that I'm not going to blow my brains out, but slow enough that nothing's going to break. Magnetic D20s or a table-sized magnet. Both! They stick to the table. All the miniatures are also magnetic. And everything that you make the maps out of, also magnetic, alright? Jeb makes his maps with a lot of magnets, and a lot of paper, and a lot of glue. So, they got a 3D printer on board. The stock-like station parts are from a mod. They include living spaces of various sizes and labs, along with things that would allow you to carry more Kerbals and comfort. I'm not about that, actually. I want the Headhunter Space Program to be as stock as possible, aside from, obviously, mechanical JEB. And that is why Pegasus is all stock parts and EVA struts. Which I think I actually modded out by going into the save files and very, very carefully swapping the names around and being like, oh no, those aren't EVA struts, they're just regular struts. I've had to do that a number of times. This is moving, actually. This is good. Alright, let's keep it going. It's fantastic. How long has Jeb been on the Pegasus? Because I don't think he has any bones anymore. Actually, Jeb's on Kerbin right now. So is Jofke, which is like my other main guy. It's either Bill or Bob who is currently on board Pegasus. One or the other. I forget. How do you spell maintenance? There's an E in there, my god. Okay, so it's M-A-I-N-T-E-N-A-N-C-E. Okay. I got it, don't worry. Once we dock, I'll go over who's actually on board. Cause like right now, Pegasus isn't running at a full crew. What the? Why didn't that type in? Wait a minute. I just realized something. I found the missing frame! It was supposed to go after this. It's the bit where she's like, you shut up. You're the last person to lecture anyone on regular weapon maintenance. 0G D&D, how would that work? I just said magnets! It's like regular D&D, but it's in space. They just play regular D&D in space. They got a 3D printer up there. They print out all their miniatures. Asylum ripped off Iron Sky. The rip-off's name, Shark said. Wasn't it Nazis at the center of the Earth, though? Who's the DM? Probably Jeb or Filden. Filden's always on these missions. It's one of the regular crew. I forget what. This joke is so old, I forget which one. They did another, apparently? Okay, because, I remember that they did do a mockbuster of Iron Sky. It was called Nazis at the Center of the Earth. And then the people who made Iron Sky, turned around and said, joke's on you, we're doing a Hollow Earth anyway, haha. And that was the sequel. Like 0G miniature. Again, they got like a 3D printer on board. Like the International Space Station has a 3D printer. Just gonna say that I hope to see big parts in KSP2. That's an interesting thing, actually, too. They were talking about that. They were talking about interstellar engines. They were telling you about the first interstellar capable engine that they made for the game would not fit inside the vehicle assembly building. In Iron Sky 2, the Queen was a lizard person, right? Yes! They were lizard people at the center of the Earth. And the Earth was hollow. Like, the sooner you embrace just the absurdity of it, the better off you're gonna be. Because Iron Sky is absurd, plain and simple. I'm just getting a better angle so you can see. Like, let me be clear. I love Iron Sky. But it's stupid as hell. It's a stupid movie. It's honestly not that good, but I love it. Iron Sky. Yes, it's a stupid, fun movie. They kill the main bad guy by stabbing him with a high-heel shoe. Why some of the ships in Elite Dangerous have pink engines? Yeah, I can see that. Favorite scene in Iron Sky is when North Korea claims responsibility. Yeah! Gentlemen, it was us. Flying saucer spaceships designed by glorious leader himself. I remember the scene. I remember it well. Yes, Jackson, they were like, alright, who did not arm their spaceships? Finland slowly raises their hand. It's like, oh, that's just great. That's just fucking great. I don't even think Finland has a space program. I think they're part of ESA. Sounds like we're getting close. Oh yeah, very close. Alright, reduce speed. I don't know why it still says 20, but alright. Fantastic. Alright. Cue No Time for Caution. I can't actually, that song's copywritten. I would love to play that song. And the Russian spacecraft was the biggest one. Yes, because it was the Mir space station. There's the music, okay. Okay, so who is on board right now? Well, Filden is up on the bridge. Let's see here. Ellen is here. Annie is also here. Should be, yeah, Liz is up here. And Bill. Bill is down in the lab. Liz and Bill, actually, I think Liz is on the bridge. Yeah, there she is. She's on the camera right there. You can see it behind Bill. Okay, so another really good mod to have is this one. This is the TAC fuel balancer, which, like, normally you have to select one fuel tank, and then you gotta go over here, select another fuel tank, transfer in and out, yada, yada, yada. It takes you forever. Especially on something like this, there's something like 100 fuel tanks right here. We don't have time for that. So I got this mod. This is the TAC fuel balancer. Now, watch how easy this is. Like, this right here, the 100%, tells me how much fuel is in each of these tanks. Now, if we go down here, we can easily figure out which tanks are on our actual spacecraft. It's the ones that are at 21%. So all we have to do is transfer out of every single tank that's at 100%. So it's still a little bit tedious, but you're not going to spend 5 hours doing this. This is one of the most useful mods, especially if you have a lot of fuel tanks. And you know what the worst part about this is? This is an outrageously outdated mod. When did I make this ship bigger, and what is its name? Well, Pegasus didn't get any bigger. Well, actually, after the engineering update, we gave it some trunk space. What's its current name? It's still Pegasus. I know, you're expecting more. Well, but, I'll tell you what, I will tell you this. There is another. I'm telling you that there is another ship built to the exact same specifications of Pegasus. A sister ship, if you will. The next ship in the Pegasus-class exploration line. I haven't shown her yet, because she's more of a backup ship. Play Apollo 13 music for Nothing Shall Go Wrong. Again, I think copyright would get in the way of that. This is why we're moving to Twitch. Because I am tired of this shit. And it's looking like Mystery VTube Theater might also be moving. Over here isn't going to be entirely without streams, though. You'll probably see work streams. Probably. We're almost down the list. The way the tanker was designed is I basically disassembled the engine itself for Pegasus and just kept the fuel tanks. There is just enough fuel in the tanker to fill Pegasus's fuel tanks in its entirety. Maybe plus a few more. What are we flying near anyway? What is that? Oh, speak of the devil. It's the Unicorn. Sister ship of the Pegasus. Twitch doesn't mind copyrighted music. They'll mute that part of the stream for the replay, but yeah, they're way more lenient. And we're on our way. Slowly. It looks like the smaller tanks are gonna get there first. And whichever tank this is. Unicorn is also the name of a British warship. My plan is to have a small fleet of these things. Pegasus being the ship of the line, Unicorn being the sister ship. After that is Phoenix. Phoenix will probably be a dedicated support ship for the Mun base. Centaur, I think I was going to use that to help support and launch the Duna Cruiser, which is a big rover. Big man rover. And that's all the really cool sounding fantasy names that I could think of. Shit. Oh well. I tried. Dare you to watch Turkish Star Wars. I'm not asking for any kind of review or mention. Well, I don't know. Is it copyright free? I could get it on a Mystery VTube Theater. Alicorn would need a railgun capable of yeeting a nuke from one side of the U.S. to the other. Where did you get that idea? Ace Combat, of course. Of course it was Ace Combat 7. This is why I can't stream Ace Combat Skies Unknown, because if I do, your brain's probably gonna explode, Viper. I'm doing it for your safety. Alright, hang on. I'm getting the color picker out for this. Okay, so this is... They're the same color. I'm hitting both of them with the color picker, and they're the same color. Do I have a favorite time period from history? What do I remember about the Native Americans and Spanish discovery of America? Okay, favorite time period from history, I don't think I have a favorite. What I remember about Native Americans and the Spanish discovering America, well, first of all, the Spanish didn't discover America. It is now widely accepted that Vikings landed in America long before Christopher Columbus or anybody else. I believe it was someone by the name of Leif Erikson. He's believed to be the first European to step foot in the continental United States. Or the continental North America, in this case, I guess. Which is why, we should do away with Columbus Day, not have Indigenous Peoples Day, replace it with Leif Erikson Day. What, SpongeBob already got that started, so, like, it already got a head start on it. Remember that episode? It opens up and you say, hey, it's Leif Erikson Day, henga-denga-dargan. And you're sitting there back then, and you're like, who the hell is Leif Erikson? Well, now you know. Like, you look back at all that stuff that you learned in school. It's like, oh, no, Christopher Columbus discovered America. And nowadays, when you hear about that, it's like, no, Christopher Columbus was actually a genocidal maniac who was very, very selfish, full of himself, and actually committed genocide on an entire native population. Oh, but we cleaned up that part of history, you know, for the kids. Because we can't expose them to that. Jerks. Hey, did you know that Destroy All Humans 2 is coming out in 3 days? Nobody told me. I was like, when did they announce a release date for that? You guys want to stream that? You guys want to play Destroy All Humans 2? We'll play that next week on Thursday. That should be fun. I love me some Destroy All Humans. You meatbags have it coming in. We should start with the first one, though, shouldn't we? I don't know. I'll think about it. The first one's not that long, actually. We could beat it in a couple of streams. Even the people at the time were shocked by Columbus. You know, you have to wonder, if people at the time were shocked by Columbus's actions, when did it become acceptable for us to rewrite and basically erase his misdeeds? When did that become the norm? Like, when did someone look at that and say, oh, we should probably kid-friendly this up so that we can teach it in schools? Leif Erikson, who's that? Who the hell names their kid Leif? Kids aren't gonna latch onto that. They're gonna wonder why his name is Leif. This is why our streams are important, so you can be educated on the important things we discuss. Alright. United States History 2 started this past week on Monday at a college campus I'm at. Please tell them my sister and I weren't allowed by my mom to not be engaged to SpongeBob on cable TV. Oh, you poor soul. You poor soul. Like, everybody gave me crap for liking SpongeBob in middle school, but come on, that show was fucking funny. Please don't think I'm going to miss your future streams. Well, I would hope that you're not going to. It's not like I'm going to stop streaming, guys, all right? We're just moving to Twitch. Twitch has a much better has much better forms of audience engagement. We could get a lot more plugins working over there. It's going to be this is going to be a good move. This is going to be better for us. Plus, Mystery of YouTube Theater isn't going to be taken down every 12 seconds. I do find it interesting how we got through half of the movie before they started claiming it. Oh, by the way, speaking of those claims that they kind of hammered onto that movie, guess how many claims they dropped on the Finnish stream? Like, now that it's in VOD form, guess how many claims are on it? Go on, guess. No worries. We got plenty of time here. We're waiting for the fuel. It's only about halfway done. Son of a bitch. Mario got it immediately, actually. Fucking nothing. There's no fucking claims on it. They took it... They pulled it down like 8 times! They had the nerve to take it down 8 times and then didn't put any claims on the VOD. What the fuck? Is there a mobile version of Twitch? Yes, there is a mobile version of Twitch. I use it all the time. My computer is on par with potatoes that have been eaten. Yes, there is a mobile version of Twitch. I use it all the time. Actually works pretty good. It's very well made. They take pride in their mobile app, which is good. Because, like, YouTube streaming is a fucking nightmare. Honestly, I should have just started on Twitch. I'm actually surprised we stuck around this long. House on Haunted Hill from 1959. Alright, see. Now, what you're doing here, Mario, is you're throwing these really old movies at me that may or may not still have copyright out on them. Oh, wait. Oh, no, okay, there's one from 1999, which is completely different. Okay. House on Haunted Hill is public domain. With Vincent Price. Ah. Vincent Price is in this movie. Actually, I think I've seen this. Didn't Riff Tracks do this one? Why do you always say Hunter the movie reviewing horse instead? It's a rebranding effort. The horse thing is me trying to distance myself from the whole pony thing. And here we are, on stream, playing Kerbal Space Program and creating a Fallout Equestria webcomic. I like the movie reviewing pony better. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Mickey Mouse saying Pony Boy isn't going away. There's actually a joke on that in the upcoming Apollo 18 review. Okay, is it duct tape or duct tape? Is it D-U-C-K or D-U-C-T? Does anybody know? Can you rap better than I showed speed? Well, we did that rap at the we did that Kerbal Space Program rap at the beginning, remember? Duct? Thank you. That's the one I put in. Where did duct tape come from? Like, how did that get started? A big fan, just came into this channel a week ago. I missed so many things. Screw the algorithm. Yeah, screw the algorithm. We're getting screwed by the algorithm. Hey, yeah, thanks for supporting the channel. Apollo 18 review next week. What about Azure Lane that makes you like it better than Cankle? Okay, first of all, I never played the games. First of all... Can you sing God is good, God is great, God is good, God? I don't think I can, no. I'm not really one to sing on these streams. Hunter is an atheist. I am indeed an atheist, but that does not mean I'm going to be like, yeah, if you want to believe in something. Like, if you want to believe in a higher power, I'm not going to say anything. That's on you. You live your life the way you want. Just don't use your beliefs as an excuse to hurt others. Good luck with the stream, and hopefully nothing explodes. Oh. You just wait till the landing. Refueling is going very well, though. I think we could speed this up. We can, actually. If we have it go into these tanks... Like, if I specifically designate I want it to go out of these tanks and into these tanks, it'll go a little bit faster. Which is good, because this is taking way longer than I'd like. Because honestly, I like the fandom ideas of how things in Kantai works, where ship girls are the spirits of ships summoned back from the afterlife and reincarnated as humans. See, what you just said there was completely fucking ridiculous. Did I go to the Smiler roller coaster? What the fuck is that? I don't even know what that is. Wait, these are full. Why are these full? Oh, they're the smaller tanks. Why did you decide to be a Pegasus? Okay, first of all, you have to remember that, me, as a character, me, hello, I'm Hunter. I am a horse with wings. See that? Wings. You have to remember that I was thought up back in the early days of, the fan base, I guess, as it were, the brony fandom. Originally, I was a Gmod horse. Kinda like what you see up in the corner there. And I was actually the first model ever made by our glorious Lord and Savior, the human who founded the company of Headhunter Productions. See, that's my Lord and Savior. I started out as a Gmod horse, and then it was like, fuck it, I want to review movies. There was not a lot of logic going on back then. It was like, well, I have a horse, let's review movies with it, I guess. Almost there. This is gonna make things go faster. Alright, right up here next to the empty tanks. Have I ever met Nostalgia Critic in person? No, and I don't want to. He's a terrible person. I don't actually respect him. There was someone, not too long ago that was suggesting a collab with them. Ah. Did someone just send me something on Twitch? Wait. The hell was that? Did I watch the... No, I didn't watch the Bob's Burger movie. Can I dance on Gmod? No, I cannot. Actually, if you dig through the channel a little bit, you can see the video where with every single model that I've ever made. Because, like, it's not just the ones that you see on screen here. There are so many. Every pony model in this shot, I made that. I am a Gmod pony creating expert. Can I do computer programming? If it's limited to creation of Gmod horses, then yes. You're pony, not horse. Excuse you? Who are you to say what I can and can't identify as? Who do you think you are? How are we looking? Yeah, that's definitely faster, all right. Can I do a Mario collab on, but what? Mario who? I swear, sometimes the questions you folks ask me. Mario who? Like, I'm already planning on reviewing the Mario movie. I got this really funny joke lined up for the start of it and everything. Sorry. I just think it's really funny that when I go to type stuff in, I have to lean all the way over like this. Anyway, think it means Mario. No. No, I don't just do random collabs. Right now I'm working on one review a month, so, Ugly Sonic had returned in the new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. I heard about that. It was like an Easter egg, though. It wasn't anything totally serious. Oh, Pony had returned in the new Chip and Dale Rescue... Okay, what didn't return in the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie? Like, I didn't even see the trailer for the new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. All I know is that the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie has all of these references that have nothing to do with the Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. You have to say the whole thing. You have to say the whole thing when you're talking about the new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie, otherwise people are not going to know that you're talking about the new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. They'll think you're talking about some other Chip and Dale thing that isn't the new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie. Why do you hate Nostalgia Critic? Because he did some really shitty things? Exactly what he did, but just a heads up, everybody hates him now. Why do you have to say every curse word in the video? Because it's absolutely... Not that I understand the question, but I swear a lot. Your yellow monetization button doesn't scare me, YouTube. I won't be silenced. Gunship comes out on Steam, it would raise the likelihood of me getting it from if to when. You do know Genshin is free, right? Also, I think it's coming to Switch. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that version. I'm wondering if that's gonna have crossplay. Because, like, I can play Genshin on my PS5 with all my saves and everything, and with my current character and everything intact. Like, I can tear through Sumeru with Klee. You can't say every curse word that's not advertiser-friendly. The fuck you fucking mean I fucking can't say every goddamn shit balls god fucking damn curse word in the fucking universe? You smug bastards, you think that I can't fucking swear? I'll say a minute. We really need like a kitchen timer ding on this thing, because the fueling is done, actually. And nobody told me. It's not your guys' fault. I need like a kitchen timer on this thing. Okay, so with that, these tanks are now full. Yes. Awesome. And the tanks on the... Yes. Nearly empty, because we used a lot of fuel with Pegasus. Alright, going over to RCS fuel. The tanker... Doesn't the tanker have, Yeah, the tanker has a set of RCS tanks. Which ones are these? Okay, it's that one and that one. Okay, good. Transfer out of those. This one will not take long at all. Giving her a top off on her RCS thrusters. The only thing Hunter won't say are slurs. Yes. Like, one thing that you may have noticed about me is that you've never heard me say the N-word. That is it. Pegasus is fueled. Thank you, TAC Fuel Balancer, for your valiant service. I only wish the game added something similar that does pretty much what we just did. Okay, it has not been called Aqua Teen Hunger Force for a very long time. It's like Aqua Unit Patrol Squad 1. Or Aqua something you know whatever. Or just Aqua. They kept changing the name. Let's knock this thing out of orbit. I suppose we should boot up XSplit, huh? Yeah, gonna need that. Because, you know, there aren't already 10 million programs running on this computer. Oh, God. Is my computer on fire yet? No? Okay. It's a miracle. Well, in the meantime, let me just go ahead and shut down whatever I can. That, unfortunately, will include fraps. So you won't get you won't get the frame rate anymore. The reason we're shutting everything down is because a lot of this is going up on the gaming channel. Alright, that looks good. Burn it. Is it just me, or is there Or there is noise cutting in and out. Yeah, that's the thrusters. Unless it's... You say God is good. God is someone that I tolerate. If you want to believe in a higher power, that's fine. More power to you. Alright. Everybody hang on. I'm gonna give this a really steep re-entry angle. Just to see how badly we can mess this thing up. It's like, do you know when you finish up dinner and you're carrying the plates over to the sink and you look down at them and you just think, God, I just want to smash this against the ground as hard as I can! Just me? Okay. Well, that's what we're gonna do with this rocket. Hopefully it'll break up on entry. My plan is for this whole thing to just crumble. We are out of visual range of Pegasus. That's good. Is that Pegasus? No, that's Unicorn, actually. We're flying formation right now. Damn, this is an efficient engine. This is an extremely large engine, too. This is the Rhino liquid fuel engine. We're getting a heck of a lot out of it on one tank of fuel. 2 tanks of fuel. Okay, 1.5. I'm still working on Star Horse Revenge of the Mouse. It's on hold while we figure the script out, actually. People keep disappearing. Imagine if it hit the ground in one piece, if there were realistic impact physics, it would look like a nuke went off. You are aware there is still xenon gas on board this thing, right? Right? Right. I could get our orbital velocity down to about maybe 350. That'll get us to come down over land, somewhere in the desert. And atmospheric drag should do... Xenon gas is semi-inert. Oh shit. Well, that's good, because I'm about to dump a lot of it. Speaking of dumping a lot of something... She's ballistic. We're completely out of fuel. Sounds like engineering. Oh, just wait. This is gonna be glorious. Here, turn off the SAS. Just let her fall. See, look at that re-entry angle. That's gonna be awful. This is gonna smash into 1,000,000 pieces on re-entry. It's gonna be so glorious. In fact... What would be some really great music for this? Start up the nuclear siren. You are aware it's out of fuel, Viper. I mean, the monopropellant is still on there, but I don't know how much is left. Probably a lot. I never use a lot of it. Seriously, what would be a great song to put over this? Eh, screw it. You can't go wrong with the classics. It's gonna be quieter than that, though. Burn, burn! The impact alone would be like a nuke. That is, if it doesn't completely disintegrate on re-entry. There was a NASA, or it might have been a Department of Defense program called Rods from the Gods, which had the idea of having these telephone pole-sized tungsten rods be launched down to the surface from orbit. Literally, it's a kinetic gun. And just the kinetic energy of the sheer impact of that being the destructive force behind it. But they couldn't figure out the logistics of hauling those tungsten rods and a launch system into orbit. And, you know, targeting would have been a nightmare. It's like, why do that when you can just launch a nuke? This might not actually burn up. Remember the Rod from God scene in G.I. Joe Refueling? Yes, Rods from the Gods is very heavily rooted in video games and science fiction, and because it was a big deal. It's like, it was at one point that it actually looked like they were going to do it. It was also very, very prevalent in COD Ghosts. HBO Max is going to be removed. Now, define removed. Also, why did the whole thing survive? Oh, shit. What's that piece? What survived? Fucking nothing. Nothing survived. Nothing can survive in the harsh deserts of Kerbal. Gee, I hope no one was living down there. No swearing, it's safe and friendly. This is not a family-friendly stream. This is PG-13 stream at best, on a good day. Otherwise, it's rated R. Outcome, catastrophic failure. I respectfully disagree. Pegasus has been fully fueled. Alright, let's get the recording thing up. We could get rid of that. Alright, since you got me worried and we're waiting for the game to load, I'm going to look up that HBO Max thing. News, I guess. It doesn't say anything about it being taken completely down. Don't scare me like that, alright? I have an HBO subscription. I don't know what Combo Panda from Ryan's World is. Stop confusing me! Okay. 222 tanker performed admirably. And also, the reason it's called the 222 tanker is because that means it's at the top of the list. The Tylo shot. Alright. You thought that was a big rocket. Well, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Now this is a big rocket. How many engines are on this thing, Hunter? Well, 60 in the outer ring here. 60 plus 20. There are 85 engines, all on this first stage. That's the God rocket. It is carrying what I have called the Pinnacle engine. You may recognize this engine from the back of Pegasus, or maybe you don't, because the one on the back of Pegasus has 1,000 solar panels around it. That is carrying this enormous thing, which is the actual lander. In fact, you know, I should be explaining this on video. Yeah, here we go. Now, the video will only be capturing the game. This is all going up on the gaming channel because it's a really big deal. Also, I don't have time to record anything else this week because work is making me work until I'm dead. Anyway. Let's begin. I might respond to some of your questions, and I might not. We'll see what happens. Here we go. It's been a while since we launched a God rocket, and it's absolutely insane 85, what are these called? Mastodon liquid fuel engines. The KE-1, the most god-awful powerful rocket in our fleet, which is being tasked with launching a Pinnacle engine. Yeah, alright, we thought that was exclusive to Pegasus and the Pegasus-class exploration ships, but turns out it's efficient enough that we can use it to get pretty much anywhere. Oh, and that's carrying the ugliest lander that I've ever built. This is the Tylo shot. Tylo shot is built for one purpose and one purpose only. Get us to and from the surface of Tylo. Now, Tylo is the hardest planet in the solar system to land on, at least in terms of bodies that don't have an atmosphere. In terms of bodies that do have an atmosphere, obviously Eve is the tougher option, but we're not quite there yet. So, this mission is gonna go a bit differently than how we normally do these missions. The first thing you'll notice is that every opportunity to rip stuff off of this thing, we will be taking that opportunity. The ladder has a separator on it, and we are going to attempt to rip off every single unnecessary piece before we leave. And another thing is, Pegasus does not have the ability to actually carry something this heavy to Tylo and make it back. So this is going on its own, and that's why it's strapped to the top of this absolutely enormous rocket, which I have definitely tested. Jeb is our pilot on this one. Jofke is our engineer, if I can find Jofke. Where is he? I just saw him. Where is he? We gotta have Jofke. He's the most batshit insane engineer that we have. And we need a scientist. Dave. We'll do Dave. Right, so you're using the... Alright, let's have you be the all-white spacesuit. Jofke will be the white and blue, and Jebediah will be the orange. You might want to put your helmet on there. So, we are live on our YouTube main channel right now, and someone just said this rocket looks like it has way too much drag, it would collapse in real life. Yeah, it probably would. Especially towards the top there. And also, I'm going to attempt to do this with the landing legs down, I think. Actually, we might be fine if we have them up. Either way, these boxes are getting torn off. These ladders are getting torn off. That box right there, also getting torn off, even with the ground anchors, which is probably what I'm going to end up attaching all of the boxes to. Like, anything we could do to shed weight off of this thing on the way up. It's gonna be a nightmare. And I have no idea how it's gonna go. See you on the pad. Alright, we're paused. Let me just do some final checks here. What we have under here is actually a liquid fuel engine, by the way. It is the Aerospike engine, because, well, using nuclear engines to land on Tylo was a no-go. It just did not work. I've checked the engine staging on this 1,000 times. When you're getting a post-credit... What? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, right, their inventory. Okay, take the parachutes out. They're not gonna need those. Don't give me anything that they can't use in a zero-G environment. Or, you know, this moon doesn't have an atmosphere, so, like, what the hell are we gonna use parachutes for? Why will they not delete? Probably because they need to be in this menu. They do need to be in this menu. Jetpacks are a must. We have science kits, we have repair kits. We'll get one thing of EVA fuel cylinders. Let me make sure we have everything for the ground science outpost. Solar. Yep. That's all of it. Alright. And of course, there is the Too Smart Rover. You'll notice that the arm on this one is facing upward over the seats. That is because when I drop this thing onto the surface, we're hoping that this landing leg absorbs the bulk of the impact. We could probably retract that as well. What the heck is this thing? This is our Tylo shot. Original name was the Tylo Buster. It's a very, very difficult moon to land on. One of the big three. And this thing is taking a one-shot trip all the way there. Pegasus is not going to carry it. Pegasus is, however, going to provide them with a ride home. Looks like it would just crash and explode. Well, let's Well, let's light this candle and see what happens. You all think it's gonna crash and burn and everybody dies and explodes and... Let's see if we have some rapid, unscheduled disassembly on the launch pad. You stay at mission control. You're not gonna like where mission control is located. Do you have any idea where the mission control building actually is? You're like not even a mile away from the pad. See, now this takes a while to actually load. Why is Tylo so hard to land and take off from? Extremely high gravity. It doesn't have an atmosphere to slow you down during landing, so you can't use parachutes either. So you need just pure, raw Delta V. Just a ton of power to get to and from the surface. Eve, you can land on Eve in your sleep if you got heat shields and parachutes. It's the easiest thing in the universe. You knock that out over the weekend. Even Lathe, if you can actually hit the surface and not land in the water on Lathe, it's easy. Hope my insurance will cover this. Yeah, because Valkyrie, that building right there is mission control. Let me show you just like how close you are to your view from this of this thing. Yeah, is about that. That's the view you have. All right. I'm gonna get the recording back. Here we go. Okay, so physics turned on. Nothing is broken yet by some miracle. Looks like this launch is gonna be a night launch. We're not gonna stop in orbit either. This is just gonna go straight up and out of Kerbin's sphere of influence. Now, this ship can get us to the surface of Tylo and back into the orbit of Tylo, but it won't get us all the way home. So, Pegasus will be following behind, and they will be the ride home. We'll have to rendezvous in orbit. Hopefully we have the fuel for that. If not, Pegasus can definitely pick up the slack. Either way, this is probably going to work. All right. Here we go. See, I hit the button and it's taking forever to turn all the engines on. Oh, she's heavy. Hit up SAS. I don't want this thing tipping over. It's a rocket so mind-numbingly powerful that all of this smoke is about to disappear, actually. It can't handle this much smoke. About a few more seconds. A few more. Or maybe not. Maybe it can handle it. I don't know. I kind of thought that it had trouble. Oh, nope, never mind. There it goes. There it goes. Alright, I thought it was actually good for a second there. Is that Minmus? I think that's Minmus right there. That little tiny, tiny speck. Huh. That's neat. You don't normally see that. I mean, like, at night, it's easy enough to spot, but still, you don't don't see it too often from the launch pad. Anyway, let's see how we're doing here on fuel. Speed is still below 100 meters per second, which is not ideal. There are 85 engines in this list. Hang on. We got about 1,000 meters per second of fuel left in the first stage, and then that will separate for another 1,100, and then that will separate for another 2,200. At that point, we're down to about 25 engines, give or take. I want to use as much of the Pinnacle engine to get us as close as possible to Tylo, because the more fuel we can spare on that upper stage, the better. And according to the live chat, because we're live on our main channel right now, we got 1 meters per second to the power of 2 acceleration. Yeah, it's not a fast rocket. But it's obscenely powerful. This is the slowest part of the job. Once we actually get this thing into space, it might, well, actually, we got that giant engine on the back of this thing, so nothing is going to get better for a while, actually. And when we swap over to Pegasus to get that on its way, that's also going to be a big nightmare. In fact, since we have a lot to do in this particular video, I think we're gonna skip this part of a launch, actually. We'll be back. You hear the live audience, though, have to sit and watch this. Like, you guys have to watch this. I can't edit that out. Gotta love the air brake on top of the contraption. We are pushing, it's just raw power pushing straight up through the atmosphere. These engines have as little weight on them as possible. This is literally a fuel tank and an engine. Aerodynamics aren't gonna matter in space. Symmetry is going to matter in space. And just a heads up, I haven't actually practiced on this lander in a while, so just a bit of warning. You don't need wings to control anything in space. There's no air to push around with the wings in space. That's what reaction wheels are for. There's another 331 meters per second of delta V on stage 1. You aerodynamics are not important, just where your center of mass is. In space, you could be flying a brick, but as long as that engine is pushing against the center of mass, it's going to push it in the right direction. 10 is designed to go into atmosphere. You look way cooler while having it. Yeah, but it also adds weight. We need to reduce weight. Come on. You're talking about Elite Dangerous. You know about weight. Like, if I took that Xeno scanner off of my Imperial Courier, I would get 5 extra meters per second of speed. Just that thrust vectoring is good. Wings add weight. We're up on staging. We're up. Here we go. Okay, let's be honest. I'm recording this one because it's usually entertaining. Boosters are away. Kind of figured they would explode, but they didn't. Disappointing. Anyway, back to flying. What a lovely sound. Yep, those are the separator boosters pushing the things out of the way. We're going to get the sun creeping over the horizon in a minute. Meters per second of delta P. Well, that's just like speed, I guess. It's another 1,600. It's just the boosters will drop the whole. And the boosters will just drop, don't worry about it. Boosters. Dying? No, I'm not dying. Almost 1 kilometer per second. No, we're nowhere near 1 kms. Oh. Sunrise. Almost. I thought the sun was out. We're getting lighting on the rocket. Must be close. Another 839 meters per second of fuel left on the stage. This is the heaviest lander I've ever built, by the way. Oh, there's the sun. Like when you're building a lander, you try to reduce weights. But this is like... This is literally the best we can do in terms of weight. Ben Shapiro play. Who's Ben Shapiro again? Like my brain is like, who's that now? Am I supposed to hate him? Them? What are their pronouns? It's like, who is that? But the facts and logic guy, very funny. Oh. Yeah, but am I supposed to hate him or not? Am I supposed to hate that guy? Or do we like him? Or is... Who is that? Is he a politician? If so, what side of the aisle is he on? Am I supposed to hate him? Am I supposed to like him? Or is he just kind of neutral? What did he do? What has he done? Do we hate him? Is he a Trump supporter? Yeah, I said the forbidden word. I don't know, hate everyone? I can't hate everyone. We're living in a world where it's like, who are they? What did they do? What have they done? Do we hate them? Do we like them? What are their pronouns? Do they have pronouns? Are they snobby about that? It's so complicated being just existing now. Existing is so goddamn complicated. We need flowcharts for everything. I have no pronouns. Please don't refer to me. Okay. I'll refer to you as... That's what I'll refer to you as. That's still 1 kilometer per second, by the way. I saw a video of someone building their own Death Star in space. You mean in this game? Because, like, I don't think you can build it in this game. Seems kind of impractical. Do I have a gun? No, but sometimes I wish I did. Sometimes you guys drive me up the fucking wall, and I wish I did have a gun. Got about 10 meters of fuel. Oh, no, wait, we're done. That happens sometimes, don't worry about it. Well, it's the freakiest looking thing I've ever launched on the top of a rocket. Disable those, we gotta get that on a different keybind. Game where a game on Steam specifically where the F12 key is used for something. And it's like really important, maybe. It's like, oh God, why would you do this? Why have you done this? Stop. Ride this all the way to the edge of the Kerbal sphere of influence. And hopefully this 2025 will be enough to get us there. Is this the... Yeah, about 6,300. Now, I need to go pull out my delta V calculator. From Kerbal to Tylo is about 6,990 to 7,260. That is from surface to surface, by the way. And let's see how we're doing. I'm hoping that this will get us all the way away from the planet. Return trip, if we wanted to do the return trip, we would have problems. Return trip would be 13,980 or 14,520. This isn't my usual website either. Normally I can type it in that I want to start in orbit, what Pegasus does on a regular basis. What do I expect in this game's sequel? Multiple star systems, better parts, better optimization. Definitely better optimization. The ability to build Pegasus 2.0. Like take what we have right now, put an interstellar drive on it, maybe a shipyard, and a centrifuge. You know, the big spinning gravity ring, put one of those on there. Planet bases. Yeah, I want those optimized too. I'm looking forward to building my rockets on the Mun. How are we looking? I need to keep an eye on this. This is going to jump here in a second. Like, once we start getting further and further away from the planet, we'll start. I think it's around 2 million that it starts to really pick up speed. Planet exploration. We have planet exploration now. Like, pick a planet. I can probably jump us over to a rover that I left there. Yeah, that's starting to pick up. Alright, I'm gonna bring the recording back. Stand by. Okay, we are starting to reach the point where this starts to seriously increase in altitude at a very, very rapid speed, which is good because we are nearly empty on that stage. Reach apogee in 20 minutes, and the boosters will fall all the way back down to Kerbal. No idea where they will come down. Probably somewhere near the equator. Who knows? I don't know. We're just doing a direct injection into interplanetary space. It'd probably be easier to start in orbit, but gravity turning with a god rock. It is a nightmare. Okay, yeah, that's starting to go a lot faster since the last time I looked at it. When it starts going, like 10,000 meters at a time, that's how you know you're starting to get pretty high above the planet. There we go. It's about halfway between Kerbin and the Mun. It's the most exciting thing to ever happen. I'm gonna level with you. Let's play a game. Will this fuel run out before I leave Kerbin's sphere of influence? Let's find out. 229, 218, 207, 184. Oh, we're getting speed now. Speed. Apogee's now in 1 day. We got a Mun intercept. Wait for it. Throttle down a little bit. Oh yeah, just barely made it. 45 meters left on that stage. And she is on her way. Jeb, Jofke, and Dave to be the first Kerbals on Tylo. Alright. Now let's figure out their ride home. Now we get the other ship. Where the hell is it? Here she is. How much time do we have to do this, actually? Kerbin escape in when? 13 days, okay. Don't even worry about that timer, it's not even a thing. Switching to Pegasus. This is gonna lag too. It's all lag. Don't worry. Most planets are barren wastelands. Yeah. What do you expect to be out there? Well, you expected a planet made entirely of the Grand Canyon? So, this is the Grand Canyon planet. This is where all the planets go, the Grand Canyon planet. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. Actually, here, bring it back. Okay, Pegasus is going to go ahead and burn at Apogee. Now, Pegasus is not carrying a lander today, which means we can really open up on the throttle. Really see what she can do. Alright. We're just gonna go there and burn until we are out of the Kerbin system. Go ahead and align us to that maneuver. Oh yeah, her power system's gonna hold up just fine. Just fine. I thought about bringing Unicorn with us, but right now I'm using Unicorn to directly support the Mun base, which, believe me, they desperately need that support. Okay. That node is in 11 minutes, and also, Pegasus is running on a reduced crew. There are only 5 people on board for this mission. That is because, when we go to pick up the other 3 in our lander, they are gonna need space. Pegasus has a maximum crew capacity of 8, which means she is going to be flying at capacity. I'm not particularly concerned about getting her maneuvers here exactly correct. At least not until we go to Joule injection. Here we go. Fire off the engines on the light side of Kerbin. Easy now. There we go. 12 seconds. Everything has to work for this mission to actually succeed. Burn time 1 minute and 2 seconds. Oh, shit. You know what? This actually gives me a chance to, try out the, experiment that I've been meaning to do with Pegasus. Alright. Let me see. 3, 2, 1. We should probably we probably should have started burning 30 seconds ago, actually. There we go. Really open her up, see what she can do. That's it. Okay, so that experiment I wanted to do was with the accelerometer. Okay, 1.4 Gs. Okay. That's the amount of Gs that we get when the engine is firing aboard Pegasus. Fascinating. Can't believe we've flown this thing halfway around the solar system. And okay, that's not fair. She's been to more than half the solar system at this point, but still. We've done all this, and we never bothered to try that. What about the accelerometer? How much do we get on that? That's the... Oh, wait, no. Didn't we just do the accelerometer? No, that... Yeah, we just did the accelerometer. And the gravity detector is a... Huh. Yeah, process that in the lab. Anyway, 6.27 meters per second, actually. But I can't tell if that's from the engine or that's actually what we're getting from Kerbin. We seriously never... Hang on. One of you, crew report. Oh. There's no one down in engineering, actually. Alright, what are you guys? Crew report? Oh, for fuck's sake. Bridge! Okay. I was a bit worried there. I thought that was actually science that we failed to do. I would also like to log the seismic data. Seismic scan can't be done right now. Huh. And do the pressure data, which of course there is none because we're in space, but whatever. Again, Pegasus is not actually gonna carry the lander. She's just our ride home. This is how pretty much all of our remaining missions are gonna go down, by the way. Except for Eve. Pegasus will be carrying a lander for that, actually. I haven't decided which one yet, but it is one that we've already made, because Pegasus is actually going to Gilly. There's actually a lot involved in the Eve mission, thinking about it. Oh, Lord. Pegasus is going. We're sending a relay satellite. We're sending the actual lander. Oh, Lord. Okay. Start throttling her down. Easy. Easy now. Viper asks, how hard are we burning? And I think we're actually nearly done here. Yep, nearly done. Again, Viper is on the live chat. We had a Mun intercept just then. Too bad Pegasus has been to the Mun. Too bad I've been to the Mun more times than I can count. Nearly there. Alright, bring us down to 1/3. Just be gentle with her. She hasn't broken on us this long. She's not gonna break on us today. Alright. She's away and out of the solar system. With that, both of our spacecraft are good to go. I think. Does this one have a return vector? I don't know. I'll check that and get back to the video. Anyway, I'm gonna figure out injection maneuvers and we'll be back. Okay, so we're paused the recording just now. I'm gonna answer those questions in orbit. Okay, so Lachandra asks, "Oh God, am I late?" And well, you missed the refueling, but this is the big mission. This is us actually going. So, I mean, we just did our exit burn, so by all accounts, that's pretty much stage 1. Next question. Do I have a favorite Superman movie? I've never seen a Superman movie. Not a single one. Not a single one at all. Never seen a Superman movie. And Viper asks, how hard are we burning? And to answer that question, I actually need to explain the modifications I've made to the engine. At 1.4 Gs, she's not actually burning that hard. Hang on. Let me hit up the gravioli detector again. Okay, no, that's the thermometer. Here we go. Okay, so that is actually 6 meters per second squared. And the seismometer shows that we are now in 0G. Okay, so it's a 1.4 G burn on our interplanetary transport. Now, real quick, what I have done here, these are electric propulsion engines. This is an ion engine. And that is what Pegasus is powered by. That's why we have this obnoxiously large solar array at the back of the ship. Now, the thing with the ion engines in Kerbal is that they are excruciatingly weak. Like, absolutely disgustingly weak. In fact, I could... If they weren't currently modified, I could show you just how weak they are. I put one on a Too-Smart rover, activated it, and put it in reverse. It went in reverse against the engine. So it is not a strong engine. So what I've done with these is I have modified them to be 100 times as powerful. Now, the trade-off is they consume 100 times as much fuel. I didn't have them so that they consume 100 times as much electricity, though. That would be ridiculous. So they're 100 times as powerful, but they consume 100 times the fuel. I think it's perfectly fair, don't you? Alright, leave me alone. I worked hard on this engine. Look at all those struts. It is a disgustingly over-engineered engine block, but it's gotten me pretty much everywhere. Alright. We need to go check on Tylo shot, which is also going to need a name. If any of you suggest Challenger, I will scream as loud as I can. We're switching over to our lander ship right now. let's call it Enterprise. I was thinking Endeavor. Endeavor's a good name. Alright, checking here. Yeah, she looks good. Kerbal escape in 13 days. Thing is now, Pegasus looks like it doesn't have an escape vector. I don't know. Intrepid is good? Oh, I like Intrepid. It's gotta be better than Tylo Buster. You guys could go ahead and turn the lights on now, actually. This has one of the tallest ladders I have ever built for a spacecraft, by the way. What about Constellation? I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I tell you what else. We could probably go ahead and extend these 2 solar panels. I'm wondering if this has a button for that. Hang on. It does. It does have a button to toggle the solar panels. So, when it comes time to activate the Pinnacle engine, we just hit that button, and we go. Right now, though, I think we'll be fine riding on those 2 solar panels and our massive array of radioisotope thermoelectric generators. Alright. Let's coast them on out of there. Get time acceleration moving on this. We have no comms. Why do we not have comms? Stand by. This is why we don't have comms. Because nobody extended the damn antenna. What about Excelsior? You should make the RTGs overpowered instead of just the engines? No, that wouldn't be fair. Look, power is like the least of my concerns. There we go. We have 4G. This far from Kerbal. Hells yeah. And we are cruising. Okay. Let's figure this out. Here we go. Let's do the math, ladies and gentlemen. So, we need our maneuver planner here, and our target is going to be the Jolly Green Giant. The Julie Green Giant. The Julie Green Giant. Oh no, I'll go. I'll see myself out. I'm sorry. Okay, so a Hohmann transfer. It's like 2,676, and that node is in 21 years. What? Well, can you get it at a more reasonable time? Here. Remove that. How about at, the nearest ascending or descending node? Error. Shit. At the next periapse? Error. At the next apogee? Another error. At the descending node. Another goddamn error. At the ascending node. Still nothing. After a fixed time. Like, what if I want to burn right now? What? Does the ship have a USS in the name? No, it does not. We do not have a ship called the USS Pegasus. I'm more concerned about getting a intercept with this ship than I am about Pegasus, because this ship is aligned to get a Kerbal intercept in 30 years? At the optimum time. I don't believe the 27 years thing. Alright, we're gonna see what Pegasus has to say about this. 27 years seems like an awfully long time. Are we just not in a good transfer window? I don't know. Stand by. Let me reacquire the target. See what Pegasus has to say about this. Okay. Home and transfer at optimum time. See, now that one's in 313 days. That's reasonable. That's more than reasonable. I'll wait that long, yeah. Can you set the alarm clock for that, please? Alright, hang on. Okay, so it's 313 days until Peg inject. Event margin. Give me an hour's heads up. I'll orient the ship now, but I want like an hour. Okay, good. That's 6,775,000 seconds, 777. Fantastic. A burn time of 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Good. Spin the ship. I always get nervous when she turns like this. She's done it a million times, but you never get used to something this big spinning when you tell it to. Okay. Okay, looks good. Pegasus is good for injection burn with that orientation. Burn time will commence at T minus 135. Alright. Now that we know that it's not completely unreasonable, let's switch over to Tylo shot and see what's up. Okay. Yeah, this T minus 27 years for the node ain't gonna fly. Does this shop have a KSS in the name? No. No, it's just a name. Create node. Well, now it's 21 years. So, create node. Okay. No. Intercept only, no capture. Create. And with that, cue the Thanos clip of him saying, "Fine, I'll do it myself." Because Joule is not actually hard to get an intercept with. Start off with this. Or don't. What the fuck? This blinking right here is driving me up the fucking wall. New plan, land and wait for Pegasus to show up. Well, no, the thing, Pegasus is gonna get there first. 20 years ahead of the actual lander. My goal was to get them there at roughly... Like I said, Joule is not hard. What was that? What was that shit? Look, it's the same burn, too! It's the same 6 and 32 second burn! See, I told you I can do it myself. I'm just fucking lazy. Okay, so, lock that in. Plug that into Kerbal alarm clock. Alright, I need a name now. You know what? I'm gonna go with Intrepid. And give me 1 hour heads up with that. Looks good. Apply it. Okay. Well, it looks like Pegasus is gonna burn first, but it also looks like Pegasus is moving faster. Pegasus is ahead of us by about 13 days. Which is not... That's not bad. I'm not concerned about that, but I do find it interesting that that's the same amount of time it took for both ships to leave Kerbal influence. Okay. Well, since Pegasus is going first, I guess we'll swap back over there. Ay, we're swapping back and forth. You know the worst part about this is there's not even enough crew on board to get a session of 0G D&D. I gotta stop sitting in a chair like this. It's causing the model to do weird things. Yeah, it's not a matter of waiting for Pegasus to show up. Pegasus can get there. It's not a question of whether Pegasus can get there or not. It's a question of whether or not the lander is going to show up in a timely fashion that does not have the crew of this ship missing their kids' next 30 birthdays. Filden, I'm pretty sure Filden just lives in that pilot's seat, okay? He flies the whole ship. How many would they need for 0G D&D? Well, Jeb is the DM, so, do with that what you will. They need a DM, and Jeb is on the other ship. I mean, they could... How far away are they? Anybody got a ruler? I'll be back. I have to pee anyway, and it's not like this is going anywhere anytime fast unless I hit time excel. Okay, we're gonna do an experiment here. We're doing an experiment. Stand by. From here. Show me the orbits. Where is the Mun currently? Show me. I need to zoom in more. Stand by. Okay, there's the Mun. Now, where are our friends? They're over there. So the mun is about there. And... okay. So the mun is... let's put it at that dot right there. So that's about, 3/10 of an inch. And the distance between these two ships is 1.5 inches. So let's round that down to 1/4 of an inch. Alexa, what is the communication time delay on the moon?
Here's something I found on the web. According to roadtower.com, moon round-trip communication suffers a minimum of slightly less than 3 seconds due to light speed, distance limits.
Okay, so let's round that down to 3 seconds. So 1/4 of an inch times 6. 3 times 6. 8. So that's an 18-second time delay between our two ships. More or less, we don't have the actuarial tables in front of me, and I'm guesstimating as to the mun's location. It's actually right there. Shit. Alright, let's do it again, because I can see it now. Now that I've zoomed in. Alright. That's about 9/10 of an inch compared to... where'd the other ship go? Alright, you know what? Fuck this. The answer's 16. Whatever I said it was. I'm the science guy. You listen to me. Bill Nye is gone. It's 18. It's 18. I get the... whatever. Let's go. Gonna bring the recording back, get some status updates going. Okay, update on our needlessly complicated operation here. I have Kerbal alarm clock set to go off for Pegasus inject and Intrepid inject. That is now the name of the Tylo shot spacecraft, and once I go back over there, I will be renaming it. Now, Pegasus is going to be burning 2,899.9, basically 2,900 meters per second delta V. She's perfectly capable of that, and I think Intrepid ended up burning a fair bit less than that, actually. Yeah, something around 2,700, and in order to do that, it is going to burn through its 3rd stage engine, its 4th stage engine, and then we're going to have to turn on the Pinnacle for the rest of the way, which is only going to get it maybe 6,000 more meters per second. 67. I haven't looked at it in a hot second. I'd have to see it again. Either way, yeah, we're moving. Our maneuvers are all the way on the other side of the sun, but we're moving. Okay, we're off again. Use quantum entanglement communication. Do you really think we have that kind of technology, alright? We barely figured out rocket engines at this point. It's a miracle that we're going to Tylo. It's that stupid maneuver, I swear to God. It's like, oh no, you'll be there in 21 years. And I'm like, are you sure you're not broken? Because I can cut off about 20 years of that. Not very smart. Mechanical Jeb is not actually that smart. So now what? We wait for the maneuver to pop up, and then we burn again. That'll be our injection burn over to Joule. From there, we're going to do some adjustment burns to fine-tune our closest approach. Those adjustment burns are very small. Don't worry about them. They're usually, like, the highest I think I've seen was a 20 meter per second burn. Trust me, they're extremely doable. We're going to set that burn up once Pegasus is done with its injection burn. Intrepid's injection burn is going to be a bit more interesting because we're going to have to stop midway through it to turn on the pinnacle. Alright, I'm bringing the recording back. Okay, here we are, getting down close to our burn time. I'm wondering if the alarm clock is actually going to work. I don't know, I've never used it before. I just kind of go with the flow. I'm honestly astonished that they didn't add the alarm clock earlier. Like, if this thing works, it's gonna be great. Oh, Viper in the live chat is talking about salvation in Elite Dangerous. That was what was that down there? What video was that? I think that was this past week. We were talking about the death of salvation. Why did that go down? Wait, is it auto-adjusting? I think it is. Huh. Fantastic. Thank you. And I'm waiting for it to beep really loud when we hit 1 hour. Beep. 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 Whenever you're ready. It has to hit an hour first, I guess. After this, we'll make our adjustment burns, and from there, we'll attempt to get an intercept with... Oh. It actually did just halt time warp. Okay, cool. Thank you. Now time warp again to about 13 seconds before the actual burn. Oh, no, wait, no. 1 minute 35, actually, is when we're going to start the burn at T-minus 135. That'll give us a nice, even burn on T-minus and T-plus. And we get it like smack dab in the middle of the actual maneuver point. Easy now. This is Pegasus. A lot more can stand to go wrong with Pegasus. But I'm kinda using this to psych myself up for the other one. Oh, for God's sake, speed this up. Yeah, it's a space exploration game, but boy, am I impatient. Alright, we're at 1:31, so, 4 seconds late, but doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter until those adjustment burns anyway. Keep us aimed at that maneuver. Try not to lose control of the ship itself. I need to pull up some information on Tylo. How far does it orbit from Joule? What is its semi-major axis? What's its equatorial radius? Its orbital velocity? Its sphere of influence. That's actually a really important one. It's 10.8 mil, by the way. Synchronous orbit would be 14,000. So it does not spin very fast. Density is 46... How do I know? That's a point. Is that a point? Yep, that's a point. 46,787 kilograms per meter squared. Yeah. That is dense. Anyway, orbital altitude. It has an inclination of 0.025, which is negligible. Sidereal orbital period, mass, density, escape velocity. Where the heck is it? I don't know. I'll probably find it. Alright. Well, this is my life burning this engine for the next, hour or so. I don't know. I'll save you the pain of this one. And we are, once again, off the air. Seriously, what is its orbital altitude? Okay. And with that, we need to do more math. This is working, right? Yeah, no, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, we need to do more math. Tylo has an orbital velocity of 2,031 meters per second. Okay, I need something to compare that to. Let's use the MUN. Back from the phone. Question. Jesus. Wow, that was a long panel. We're doing math. We are halfway across the solar system doing math. We're here with Pegasus and our landing craft, which is currently behind us. I need to know how far away the mun is. Game graphics depict the mun as totally covering a solar disk. Shit. I don't know. Tylo. Parents. Okay, this is giving me totally different information. What? Tylo is currently locked in a 1-2-4 resonance with pole and lathe. This means that for every one orbit Tylo completes, lathe orbits twice and pole orbits 4 times. This helps me very, very little. And the image that this wiki has of Tylo is extremely old. And this right here, a video from Matt Lone, claims that Tylo is the hardest object to land stuff on, including Eve, excluding Joule. So he built a colony there. This actually will be our most difficult landing. Tylo has the second highest science multipliers in the game. The only orbit with a higher multiplier is the Sun. And the only surface with a better multiplier is Eve. Alright, she's getting down there. Pegasus has 17,320 meters per second of delta V left. Like I said, she's the ride home. And she is beautiful. I love this ship. Maybe once we get intercept, we can figure out a course correction over to Tylo. Slow us down, dump all our fuel there. Still trying to figure this out. Tylo is the largest moon of Joule and the Kerbal system, and is the largest celestial body without an atmosphere. It is the same diameter as Kerbin. Yeah, we're doing the hard stuff first. This is part of the big 3. If you need to slow down fast, just turn the ship around and fire the... Yeah, that's the plan. But I'm hoping that we can adjust it so that we can intercept Tylo on our flyby of Joule. And once we're around Tylo, dump all of our fuel there. These are astrophysics problems. I am a theoretical astrophysicist. I have a theoretical degree in theoretical astrophysics. She's getting down there, stand by. The reason it's going this slow is because she has a lot of fuel on board, and that stuff is pretty heavy. Once her tank empties out a fair bit more, she'll start, this number will move a lot faster. Otherwise, I'm sorry that it's so slow. Anyway, bringing the recording back. Okay, we're getting down here to the end of the burn. Which she performed very well. I think she already has that, Joule intercept. She does. We could stop now. But let's see if we could get it a little closer. Yeah. Slow her down. Slow her down. There we go. We're getting that periaps down by a lot. A whole lot. Oh my god. Alright, that's doing crazy things to our after orbit. Crazy things to our after orbit. Alright, that's 45 mil. I'm afraid if we go much further, we might actually hit it. So I'm gonna cut it there. Because its current after orbit has us 206 billion meters away from the sun. The gravity well on Joule is a crazy beautiful thing. Alright, I was gonna try to do some orbital adjustments as she gets closer, but at this point I think she's fine. Alright, she's on her way. Let's switch over to the giant thing that I built. Video timer is just at 29:25, by the way. Huh? Wait, Voyager? Where's Voyager? Where's the Voyager? Yeah, the majority of these that you see out here are just me launching space probes. Anyway. Switching over to Tylo shot. Now it has to do pretty much the same thing. Good news is, it has the same engine. With a full tank. Time out for a second. We got 13 days to do this. Don't worry, it's not. Just humor me. I mean, you've humored me up to this point, so... Have I steered you wrong so far? Give me those numbers. $68,500,000 is the altitude that we are aiming for. And Pegasus just went ahead and dove straight fucking past that. I figured it out. Alright. Now this ship is going to need an orbital adjustment as we get closer. So let's go ahead and do the time warp again. Bring it up to times 10,000. Nine days. Antenna receiver's still getting a really, really good signal. I don't know why. Alarm clock's gonna work, right? Yeah. Alright, we gotta rename this thing. And I forgot to take the didn't I say take the parachutes out? Alright. We're coming down to the wire here. Burn time 6 minutes 32 seconds, starting at 3:31. We do not have a huge intercept window here. We're gonna need to burn like crazy on those correction burns. It's not gonna be that bad, don't worry. I'm telling you, it's never that bad. Worst I've ever seen is 20. The sphere of influence around Tylo is like... I think they said it was like 10 mil. Yeah. 10.8 mil. Okay. So this monstrosity, which I believe actually currently weighs more than Pegasus right now. Like, I was not kidding. This is a very heavy lander. Alright, bring it. Easy now. Okay, we're back with Intrepid. These are the only 2 solar panels it has deployed currently. This is gonna be insane. Burn will start at 3:16, actually. Alright, I'm glad I looked at that again. I had it wrong. Alright. $3:16, here we go. Those rear engines are gonna die immediately, though. And go. Not. Okay. They burned longer than I thought they would. She's actually burning the wrong way. So, yeah. Every single fucking thing needs to go correct in this mission. We've already screwed it up. We're off the air again because I'm an idiot. We spun Pegasus into the correct orientation. We did not spin this into the correct orientation. Because I'm stupid. Oh, I just realized this is gonna suck. See, we were burning retrograde. We have to pull a 180 and burn again. You know, I think I'm just gonna redo this whole thing. 3010 for this next burn. It actually gave me a reasonable time frame for this one, too. Oh. Well, actually, we were supposed to already be burning, but, that's besides the point. Stand by. She has to spin this slow, otherwise she'll come apart. Also, she has this enormous reservoir of fuel on the back, so... You've played for a long time? You mean that 340 days thing up in the corner? That's just the mission timer, don't worry about it. Should burn more RCS. Like, the more we can take out of this tank, the better. Wait a minute. What? Oh, it has an extra reservoir down here. Also, the landing tank is locked. Great. Alright, stand by. Okay, so my error has produced a bit of a problem. Those boosters are now in the way. And if we hit any of them, this whole mission is over. Okay, yeah, this is worth a quick save. Pegasus would have to do a 180 and come get us, because that is not something that we can recover from. Right, as long as this new trajectory does not have us slam into a booster. Once we're on the other side of them, I'll redo the burn, and then hopefully I'll redo the maneuver node, and hopefully everything will be fine. Either way, we just need to get past this unwelcome obstacle. Threading a needle, hitting a target the size of a pinhead, not dying. Drifting kind of close to that extra booster there, pal. Uncomfortably close. Well, I'm sure the live chat at home would love to see a mid-space collision, so, or not. Stand by. This might work out. I don't like our odds, but here we go. Not getting any closer to them, actually. What's that about? There we go. Alright, our relative velocities are starting to match up. This is gonna suck. And of course, once this engine is done, we need to go and eject that and figure out the pinnacle engines. Fire that up. Get a visual contact on those boosters again. Not like this. This is closer than I'd like already. The space station goes crazy if it comes within like 30 kilometers. This is like 1.3, so imagine how that makes me feel. And no, it's less than a kilometer. Safe there. Okay. Minor setback, but we do have enough fuel to continue. I hope. We're off the air again. We're gonna go through this burn. Sounds like we're in an airplane? No, that's just the equivalent of a Saturn V Stage 1 going off behind you. Stage 1 of a Saturn V. This one will need orbital readjustments, and Pegasus might need the same. I haven't really figured that out yet. I figure we'll get I like that when we zoom out, the sound gets quieter. Well, you're moving further away from a rocket engine. Do you know how loud rocket engines are? The Saturn V clocks in at about 201 decibels. Which, for reference... You know what? Hang on. I did a lecture on this recently. Let me pull it up. Sound in space... Asteroid fear-mongering... Earth spinning faster... Elon Musk making fun of Moscow. I think it was after this, actually. space plane. Here it is. Scientists believe that the sonic boom was the loudest sound on Earth to happen since the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa in Indonesia, which was estimated to be 235 decibels in its epicenter. NASA's Saturn V rocket clocks in at 204. The highest a human can hear is about 130 or 140. Now, for the record, 204 decibels will not just make you go deaf. It will kill you. The SpaceX Starship actually only hits 100 to about 140, and that's with all 31 of its engines. So, they're not actually getting louder. Did you know that a sound as loud as 10,000 decibels is powerful enough that it could create a black hole? Like, we're talking about sound that is so loud that it shakes apart things at the molecular level. Sound is crazy. Sound is one of the craziest forces in the universe. By the way, around, I think it's 1,500 decibels, it will rip your body apart at the molecular level. So, like when you hear people be like, the sound gun, don't underestimate that. Sound is scary. Anyway, we got about 300 meters per second left in this. This was supposed to be a launch engine. The fact that it's lasted this long is crazy. Sound is very scary. Sound is very scary, but we don't need to worry about that. The loudest thing on Earth only hit about 235. And that was the Krakatoa eruption. Estimated 235. Anyway, hang on. I'm gonna bring the recording back. Okay, we are coming down to the last of this stage. Now, once we're done here, we're gonna have to plug in the Pinnacle engine, see what we can do with that, see how far it'll take us. Looking like it might only be 6,310. To be fair, it's an extremely heavy lander. There we go. Now. Okay. Now we need to figure out the decouplings. But before we do that, I get to do something that I have always wanted to do. Toggle every single solar panel on this thing all at the same time. Oh, that is glorious. That is beautiful. That's brilliant. I love that. That's like that scene in For All Mankind when they deploy the solar sail in Season 3. That's spoilers for Season 3, if, I don't know, if anyone's big into that show like I am. Anyway. Fare thee well, launch stage, we hardly knew ye. And that is the quietest engine in space. That'll carry us all the way to our destination. More or less. I'm hoping that we get enough out of this to actually start our descent down to the surface. The more that we can bleed off on our approach, the better. We'll see how it goes. Viper, a solar sail. This is a real thing. A solar sail, it catches the solar winds. It works just like a regular sail. But the cool thing with a solar sail is that it does give you constant acceleration. So, like an engine, if you open that solar sail and it starts catching the solar winds, you're gonna keep increasing in speed. And it doesn't require any power either, because the solar winds are just pushing you. It's a great idea. And they exist. They have launched experimental solar sails into space. In fact, there was one proposed experiment to send up a solar sail probe, hit it with 1,000 lasers to give it this enormous burst of speed and accelerate it to about 1/4 the speed of light and send that to the nearest star. I forget what happened with it. I think it never made it past the proposal stages. It would have been cheap. It would have been small, light. It would have worked. Honestly, it would have worked. The time delay would have been horrendous, though. You know how long it takes to get communications back from the Voyager probes? We're up to at least a full day now with those guys. This is cruising. Look at this. I like this little ship. I'm proud of this little abomination that we've created. Look at it. It doesn't even look like it's supposed to fly, but it does anyway. According to all known laws of aviation, there's no way that the Endeavour spacecraft should be able to fly. The Endeavour spacecraft, of course, flies anyway. Despite the fact that it looks like something your 5-year-old made out of Lego and Duplos. Yeah, that's right. He combined the Legos and the Duplos. This is just this total sin of combining your Legos with the Duplos. Look, there's even a few Mega Blocks in there, Billy. What are you doing? What's this brick? Like a Chinese knockoff? What the heck are you doing? Sorry, just inspecting the rover here. I was thinking if the gravity's too high, we might not be able to rip the arm off and reorient it. We might be able to move the chair, though. Screw that. We can definitely move the chair. Don't even worry about the chair. Kind of looks like a biblical accurate angel, honestly. Just a mishmash of everything. She's my ugly ship. Mine. I built her. I actually did. I built her. It would not be able to fly on Earth because of the air particles. Yeah, no, this thing is not aerodynamically stable. Also, ion engines don't work well in atmo. Therefore, my engineering was right. Yeah, my engineering was right. What kind of G's are we pulling with this? Let's see. Get up the accelerometer. 0.5, okay. It's because she's really heavy. Can we get another crew report all the way out here? Oh, no. As a matter of fact, we cannot. No, you can't. It's not allowed. Not without overriding the old one. For that, you'd have to transmit it all the way back to Kerbal. Now, we definitely have enough power for that, though. Seriously, the power system on that the Pinnacle engine provides is astounding. It's mostly there to power the ion engines, but honestly, what we have here might be overkill. I just had an insane idea. I don't know if it's a good one, though. What can we tear off this ship right now? Right now. Like, where can we get another meters per second of maneuvering back right now? Where can we get that? Her burn is getting down there. We'll see how she handles, We'll see how she handles, actually getting closer to Joule. How's that looking, by the way? It's getting up there. I know it doesn't seem like it's moving, and that's mostly because it's not really moving. Even at 100 times their normal power outputs, these are not very powerful engines. These are actually mostly meant for minor adjustments and very, very deep space probes. And I'm using them as my main engine. That's because they're the most efficient engine in the universe, though. I cannot wait until we get torch drives in KSP2. They look good? Oh, they look amazing, no doubt. Look at that. No doubt they look amazing. There actually was one point that they did make noise. There was one point during the game's history that they did make sound. What about metallic hydrogen engines? I don't know. I think a torch drive would be better. Look, I'm waiting on the Kerbal drive, okay? Please, for the love of God, tell me somebody got that reference. Please. Huh, I can't find the noise that it used to make. Yes, it was the Expanse Viper. It was a play on the Epstein drive. I want them to put a little Easter egg in there called the Kerbstein Drive. Like when you're doing your research projects. It feels weird, you know, looking at this. My brain just went at 1,000 miles a minute looking at this. I was just thinking, we've evolved beyond the need of traditional rocket nozzles. Like, look at this. What is this? If I told you it was a spaceship, some people might not even believe you. What are we doing here? Where are we going? Where we been? It's art. Yeah, it's no doubt. It's a beautiful ship. It's a solid ship. God damn, you see all the struts on that thing? This thing is lined with struts. Thing is, though, this engine will get you pretty much anywhere. It got Pegasus all the way to Elu carrying a lander. It got it to Moho carrying a lander. It's been to Duna. Duna's moon, Drez, Bop, Pole, Val. Val was the most recent one, actually. Trying to think where else. It had a different engine for the Mun, actually. That was like an experimental engine. I didn't really give a shit at the time. It worked. But it would only get it to the Mun and back. The second iteration of the engine got it to Duna and back, but not much else. Pinnacle is the third iteration. I don't know. We have it all video archive. I don't know. We've kind of stuck with the Pinnacle engine this long because we never needed anything more powerful. We're gonna go below 4,000 here. Hopefully we won't need more than that to get us to Tylo. This is honestly the most skeptical part of the whole mission, is whether or not this engine can get us there. Because if it can't, we don't have anything after it. I need all of the fuel in that lander. All of it. Every last drop. Push comes to shove, we could probably rendezvous on maneuvering thrusters alone. I don't know. I'm half tempted to pull this antenna off once we land. Replace it with, I don't know, probably the Too Smart antenna. I don't know. But once we're in the proximity of Joule, we'll start bouncing off of JoolCom anyway. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, guys. Right? There's not much to do while the engine's firing, okay? This is why I normally cut this stuff out of the videos. And I go make a sandwich. Or I go watch anime. Are we there yet? No, we're not. Like, if we had an intercept, I would have stopped it. Have you watched Naruto? No, not a single episode. Okay, there was one, but I had no idea what I was watching at the time. You know when you're 8 years old and you sneak out of bed to go watch Adult Swim without your parents finding out? And that's how 8-year-old Hunter became acquainted with Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. What is this probe we're flying over right now? I think it's something that headed out that... Yeah, it's, wait. Okay, there's no way that that's the Joule-com relay. That doesn't make any sense. Joule-com relay is locked in an orbit around Joule. I think we're gonna need to make a quick pit stop on by a satellite real quick. I hope you guys don't mind. I have a theory as to what might have happened, but I need to actually go look at it in order to find out. Anyway, recording's coming back. And we are coming down to the very end of our burn here. Starting to get more and more skeptical that it's actually going to be enough. Because... well, actually, it's moving slower now, and we just got the intercept, so, shows what I know. Alright, let's get that periaps all the way down. Alright, we're aiming for, I think it was 183 mil. Something along those lines. Alright, easy now. 300, 200, let's aim for 150 mil. 130... 129, not bad. Okay. Both of our ships have an intercept with the Jolly Green Giant. The Julie Green Giant. Yeah, alright, what, how long until it? 2 years, 85 days? Yeah, alright, awesome. I'll beat myself up until then. I'm sorry for that joke. Can you send a ship to eat the sun? Do you know how hard it is to do a sun dive in this game? Moho was hard enough to reach. Anyway, we need to do a quick pit stop over somewhere. I need to check something. This might be a problem, actually. So, stand by. Also, brace yourselves. We're about to have an actual frame rate here in a second. Please be a booster. Please be a booster. Please be a booster. Please be a booster. Booster, 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 booster. Yes! Thank fuck. Ugh, what are you doing out here? Why do you have power? Why do you have power? Okay, you scared me there. What happened? Well... whoops. That's okay, it doesn't work. This is labeled as Joule-com relay. This is not Joule-com relay. It doesn't even have a transmitter. It's not connected to anything. The Joule-com relay is this. This is the Joule-com relay over here. Let's just check in on that. Yeah, since it's on my mind and everything. What I thought happened was... it scared the shit out of me just then. What I thought happened was the relay fell into the orbit around a moon and got thrown out of Joule's orbit, which would be incredibly difficult to do. I don't even think there are any moons around us that it could hit. Thanks for the help with homework. The assignment is due tomorrow. I'll turn it in early. Just doing one more paragraph. Oh, I'm your background noise? That's cool. No, seriously, that's fine. Joule-com relay. Yeah, we got something this huge orbiting, Joule. Pretty sure this one just took a ride on an Eagle Heavy. Alright, let's see here. Closest thing to it is... Bop. And Bop is not large. Here. Let me show you Bop. This is Bop. Bop is so small it can't even pull itself into a full sphere. You see this, you see this right here? This is where we landed. You see this way over here? This is Jofke Valley. This is where Jofke decided to jump out of Pegasus with a jetpack and land. Someone had to drive over there and get him. We also went to Pole. In fact, that's where we left the lander. Spider is our lander for the Bopple mission. It has enough fuel to land again, by the way. It also has a dead space Kraken somewhere on it. Oh, a dead space Kraken. It's just... Yeah, and I can tell you exactly where it is because I almost went to it. The dead space Kraken is right about there. Right around that ridge. It's very close to the poles. Actually, it might be over here in the shadows. It's very close to the pole. Like, once you get up there, you can probably spot it. I tell you, I found the magic boulder. Did anyone watch that video? We need to switch ships again. Who's gonna get there first, actually? That's an important question. I think Pegasus is still ahead? Let's switch over. This is the good ship Pegasus. The good thing about Pegasus, too, is that it's built light, which is why we can get these crazy Delta V numbers off of it. It's got extras for eyes and everything. The thing is, though, they've tried many, 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 many times to slay the Kraken, and they never can. They never will slay the Kraken. Alright, stand by. We are... Okay, Pegasus is set for Joule intercept in 2 years, 27 days. Sounds fantastic. Intrepid, switching over. 227. 227 is the number to beat Intrepid. Come on, Intrepid. 227. Well, that's the thing, Viper. The devs for KSP2 say that they're going to do everything in their power to finally slay the Kraken. And everyone is like, yeah, we'll believe that when we see it. Huh. There it is. That's what was missing. There are lights on this thing. We don't have landing lights for the lander, though. That's gonna be tricky. Anyway, 227. You can cut that right there. We're done with that maneuver. 290. Okay, back to Pegasus, ladies and gentlemen. Pegasus is gonna be waiting over a month. They are so far apart. Why? Danny, the guy who killed Kerbals regularly, would probably figure out exactly what you have to do to summon the Kraken. Oh, God. Danny. I don't know if it's the same channel I'm thinking of. But yeah, I've seen it. Alright, let's get there. Let's figure out our Tylo intercept. Using Joule as a slingshot, let's see if we can just do a straight inject into Tylo. As long as Intrepid can do it below 5,000 meters per second, we should be good. Remember the time you figured out how to glitch Kerbal out of existence with grabbers and a Kerbal? I think I do remember this, actually. Oh, God! Has anyone seen the Flat Kerbin mod? It changes Kerbin into the shape of a disc. It causes so many problems. So many. What if flat Earth was real? Let's analyze that. If flat Earth was real, gravity at the center of the disk would be normal, but as you move further and further and further away from the center, it would be like climbing a steeper and steeper and steeper cliff. At the edge, it would be 90 degrees. It would be a 90-degree drop. And that is why flat Earth is ridiculous. Cats would have knocked everything off the planet by this point. Yeah, that too. I think the best analogy, like, when it comes to gravity on a disk object, the best analogy would be to imagine a bowl. As you drop something into the bowl from the edge, it rolls to the center in the bottom of the bowl. That's what gravity would do on a disc-shaped planet. Now, I know what you're thinking, but Hunter, what would gravity do on a donut-shaped planet? And I know what you're thinking. I didn't ask that. It's true, you didn't. And the answer is, I have no idea. I would imagine in the center of the donut hole, I don't know, you would experience weightlessness, because you're being pulled equidistantly from each side. You could effectively have something hover there. I started this 3 hours ago. Or whatever's there would get crushed. What do you mean? I meant a donut shape, you know, like a ring. check this out. Object, outline, object, black outline. Look how readable that is now. That's crazy. F, Control F. Holy shit! Look at that. Look how big a difference that makes. This turned green. Ugh. That happens from time to time. Whatever's in the dead center of the hole would get crushed by the planet's gravity. I'm not sure. I think it's more likely that they would be ripped apart. But if they're being pulled, like, equidistant from each direction in a microgravity environment, I think it would just be more mildly uncomfortable. It's done. I'll compile this into a full page when I get a minute. We don't have a minute. Well, technically we do. We have 1 year and 201 days, but with time acceleration, that's moving rather quickly. Hey, hey. It's the brown boy. Passing right by Drez, the most unappreciated planet in the solar system. I've been there once. I drove into a canyon. Time to pick a landing site. Tylo has these two gigantic craters that I want to land pretty much directly in between. Good news is they're right on the equator. But if we can land in between those two craters, we can get a heck of a lot more science out of this. Tylo has the second highest science multiplier in the game. Hey, we're bouncing off of Dunacom. Look at that. That's because we're starting to lose our signal. Signal strength is down at 75%, and Kerbal is on the other side of the sun right now. It's trying very hard to maintain signal. There we go. Alright, it's passed on to the other side of the sun. Where is Joule right now? Can we see it? Can't be too hard to spot. It'd be the only green thing out there. It's not easy being green. It would also be the only thing moving. No, I got nothing. We have intercept in... let's see. When is that, actually? One year, 6 days. Looks like we're gonna pass right way close to it. Yeah, I brought our pass by down a lot. Once we get into its sphere of influence, I'm gonna try to figure out an intercept. We have over a month before Intrepid shows up. Also, I can't help but notice we're moving a lot slower. Still no claims on Mystery VTube Theater. Yeah, you guys, yeah, YouTube, you thought I was bluffing when I said I wouldn't play Kerbal for hours and hours and hours. The stream is called The Stream Will Not End Until We Land on Tylo. I predict another half hour and we'll have it in our sights. Really, Hunter? Half hour? Maybe longer. What can I say? They thought I wouldn't stream for 8 hours. Yeah, we're moving really slow now. Thing is, we still... Time warp? Oh, time warp is at max. We cannot go faster than this. This is as fast as it gets. You have to remember, like, we're nearing the very highest point of our orbit, so this is when we're going to be moving the slowest. You should have been there when I went to Elu. Not a fun time. I believe that was, like, we didn't even do any gravity assists for that, actually. Which probably would have shaved a lot of time off. Okay, is this one actually gonna hit it? Hang on. They have a higher orbit than Pegasus, which means, they are actually moving slow. Yeah, no, the math checks out on that, actually. Math checks out. We're still not too far from them, though. This is the closest we've ever had to flying formation. It's the first time I've done 2-man ships at any given time. For a single mission, at least. Another 155 days. God, they must be so bored without zero-G D&D. Next time I do a Subnautica video, can I post a link to the music I use in the outro? Oh, you mean Ocean Man? Or the, That's part of the Subnautica soundtrack, actually. That's the credits theme for Subnautica. Or did you mean all the really loud crap I put on the jukebox? Yeah, that's part of the original Subnautica soundtrack. You like that one? That's good. I like that one too. 70 days. Was talking about the end credits music? Yeah. I call it Tower because that's how it's spelled in my music library. It's a random combination of letters and numbers. It's actually called TAUR9ECYEFTQ.128. It's this song. This is the song you're thinking of. That right there, that's the point where I cue it into the credits. Yeah, just look up Subnautica credits theme. You'll find it very easily, I think. I thought you meant Ocean Man. Anyway, the reason I paused it is because we're about to bring the recording back to figure out our next move. Alright, we're coming into Jool's influence here. Intrepid is behind us by over a month, actually, is when it's actually going to get its intercept. So, oh, wow, that's a slingy shotty. That's a slingy that's a shoddy slingy if I've ever seen one. Look at that. Periaps in 56 days. Though, at least we're not hitting it. Okay. Next order of business, I need to figure out a Tylo intercept. So, advance transfer to another planet. And let's see if I can actually select it. Hang on. Hang on. You seriously can't grab that? Those tiny little specks of dirt circling, Joule? Alright, here we go. Set as the target. Initial orbit must not be hyper... Oh, boy. Okay. Fine. I'll play hardball. I'll play hardball. Alright, let's see here. Fine-tune closest approach to target at... Let me just pull up some... I minimized my browser. Let me just pull up some Tylo info right here. Its sphere of influence is 10,856,000 meters. So let's bring it into 800,000. Which would be about 800 kilometers. Okay, if we were to burn right now, yeah, we could do that, but it threw that node at me so dang quickly, I had no time to react to it. Also, what would that do to our after orbit? I have to wonder. Oh, actually not much. That's kind of crazy. That is going to get me an intercept. Yes, actually it will. By passing even closer to Joule, we can get an intercept with Tylo in 56 days. That's crazy. All right. Let me see if I can set it up. Look at that. It's 21.8. Orbit before course correction doesn't seem to approach the target very closely. Planned course correction may be extreme. Recommend plotting an approximate intercept orbit. All right, remove all my nodes here and create the new one. Start the spinning. Okay, you know what? You know what? We're gonna... Let's see here. Schedule the burn to minimize the required delta V. No. Now create the node and orient to the target, please. Oh, wait. This is why it's not doing anything. It's because we're in time acceleration. There she goes. Okay, this is gonna be insane. But if we can actually do it with like 22 meters per second worth of fuel, yeah. That is a drop in the bucket for the Pegasus fuel tank. Like, we knocked that out and no problem. And if that's going to get us an intercept with Tylo, which has plenty of gravity to pull us into its sphere of influence, by the way. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident with Intrepid. We're getting down to the end here. Telescope misaligned with Elu. What the fuck? Elu's nowhere near here. And it's misaligned with Elu again, which is nowhere near here. There is no Elu. I really wish someone would go down to engineering. Okay, nope, no crew report. No one has been down to engineering in several years. Alright. Bringing the recording back again. Okay, we're gonna try an experiment here by removing the node and creating it again. Yep, nope, we gotta burn immediately. But that's okay, we got a pretty accurate estimate with that. Easy now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little bit more. Look, that was perfect. We're good. Call it. Okay. Now check the orbit. That will work. That's in 56 days. But periaps with Joule is also in 56 days, actually. Okay. Well, here's the deal. I kind of wanted to see it. So, just add a quick maneuver right there. It doesn't have to actually be anything. I just want the alarm clock up. I've never been this close to the big green thing. Give me an hour's notice on that. And apply. Alright. I gotta go check on Intrepid, but I will be back with probably the best damn view we're ever gonna get of the green gas giant. Okay, we're off the air. This is actually legitimately exciting for me. I've never been this close. We're gonna be passing over Joule at 8.9 million meters. How high is Joule's atmosphere, actually? Oh shit, we didn't check that. Hang on. This might be ridiculously dangerous. Switch over to Intrepid. I'm gonna check this. The atmosphere height of Joule is 200,000. We're fine. We are more than fine. We could get way closer than this. Alright. When does this have the intercept? If it's below 56, we gotta figure out some maneuvers. How much fuel do we have left? Figure that out, please. 4,700. Okay. That's not terrible. Is this in 56? It's in 62, actually. Okay. Tell me the moment, hang on. No, it's just gonna let me do the alarm clock, actually. Okay. Wait, it's spelled with an E, isn't it? Okay. 55 to 62. It's a 7-day difference. Alright. Send me back aboard Pegasus. This is gonna be a hell of a show. Where is she? Seriously, where is she? Hang on. I lost track of Pegasus. Is she closer? Or... Hang on. Well, she wouldn't just disappear. Here. Focus view on Joule. There's her line. And there is Pegasus. Looks like Intrepid's periaps is gonna come right in around the outer moons. That should give us plenty of space to maneuver. This is looking better and better. It started... When we started this, it was like, I don't know if we're gonna pull this off. Now it's looking more like, this might work. Alright, we'll have a couple hours up close with this thing, so... Let's time accelerate to about 56 days from now. The slow fall towards the gas giant is a tedious one. But oh my god, this is gonna look glorious. Oh god. I cannot wait. I believe that's Joule-com, or it might be the probe. No, that's the probe. Joule-com is further out. Okay, I had this idea. When the video comes back in, we're going to be facing away from Joule, and it's going to be like, I thought I'd come back just to show you this glorious sight. Seriously, we are going inside the orbit of Lathe. Alright, we're inside the orbit of Bop. Inside the orbit of the Relay. Coming inside the orbit of our target. Val. We've been to Val. Lathe. Oh my god, it's actually gonna get closer than the probe. Periaps in 2 hours. We are going wicked fast right now. And the intercept with Tylo would only accelerate us. I'm not seeing a return either, so we would be catapulted out of the solar system. So let's make sure we get this right. Worst case scenario, we need to burn off 5,000 meters per second. And that's in the absolute worst case scenario. Alarm clock. There's the alarm clock. Okay. We could go ahead and erase this now. Bring us in real close, like. I think we're gonna be partly on the. No, we should be fine actually from the periaps. Right, periaps. All right, here's good. Here's good. Let's go ahead and bring down our time accelerator. That is magnificent. All right, places, everybody. Okay, so we're still figuring out some maneuvers here. Pegasus will be doing its injection burn first, but I figured I'd bring the recording back to show you guys this incredible view. This is the closest we have ever been to the Jolly Green Giant. It's even closer than the Eagle Heavy probe, which is absolutely insane. I don't even know if we get new science at this point. Let me check. We don't. This is still considered high over Joule, but that's one heckin' view. I'm gonna have to take a picture. Can we get the, hang on. This thing. Just run this through a quick cycle, see if we get anything out of it. Yeah, I know, it's really, really long. It's a magnetometer. We already got this one. Shit. What about a gravity scan? No, we already got all these God, why? I just want some science. Give the people in the lab something to do. They're bored. How much data do they have in there? Like 1 megabyte? They're gonna burn through that in no time. We have Tylo encounter in 4 hours. Periaps in even less. Oh wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. What are you saying, brain? Lost all motor functions. Apply. Alright, so Intrepid encounter is not for another 6 days. So we're still... Pegasus is still winning the race here. By quite a few days. And they're just the ride home. All right. This one will not take any time at all. Holy shit, we are bleeding off speed quick. That's really fast for bleeding off speed. Wow. Okay. Give me 1 second here, by the way. We can see it now. scanning for it. Where are you at? Ah, there you are. We have visual contacts. On the hardest moon to land on in the game. Worst case scenario, we have to bleed off 3,000. Maybe 2. I imagine Pegasus will do quite well here. Alright. Let's get her in there. And bringing the recording back now. Okay, here we are. Getting in close. Pegasus got here way ahead of Intrepid by a factor of 6. Intrepid is gonna enter Jool's sphere of influence in 6 days. Pegasus is gonna be around Tylo in about an hour, more or less. I don't know, we'll see what happens with the periapse, as long as we don't ram directly into it. Yeah, that would be the alarm clock adjusting my time acceleration. I didn't put a delay on that either, so this should... Or not, never mind. It's okay, we'll accelerate a little bit more. We're still bleeding off a lot of speed here. Alright, here we go. Not even gonna ram it this time, which is good. Alright. Let's get an estimate on how much fuel it will take to circularize us. The maneuver planner, please. Circularize at the next periapse creates. Pegasus has made it. That's not even. Oh man, okay, so the good news is we have that ride home. We have no idea if we're actually going to be able to land on it. I think the landing site that I picked was, I think, between these 2 craters. So we're going to have to hope that this moon is tidal locked to Joule, because I'd like to land on the light side, because the lander doesn't actually have any landing lights. They're heavy, and I can't pull them off when we're done. What do? Sue me? I'm saving weight. This is going to fire at 1:11. And once I start firing, I'm thinking we'll end the video there. Hopefully, next week, we have a landing that we can brag about. More or less. You know how I said no astronaut goes into space with their fingers crossed? I'm crossing my fingers right now. We were burning the wrong direction again, but I caught it, like, right away. It's alright. We got about 1 minute and 5 seconds to correct this. Honestly, Pegasus having a rough orbit, not a big deal. Pegasus having a rough orbit, not even worried about it. How hard would that be? Well, okay, this is the hardest thing to land on in the whole game. Landing on Duna, parachutes. Landing on Eve, heat shields and parachutes. Landing on Lathe. You gotta aim it, but parachutes. Landing on the Mun, easy. Everybody does that eventually. Landing on Minmus, even easier. Bop, pole, easiest things to land on. Gilly, you'd have to be a brain-dead idiot to not be able to land on Gilly. Okay, you can land on Gilly with a jetpack. But I'm not talking about one that you build. I'm talking one that the Kerbal just carries on his back. The standard issue jetpack can do it. Moho. Hard to get to. Reasonably difficult to land on, but not totally out there. You could knock that out, no problem, if you have something that can get there. Pegasus can get there, and it carried an entire lander. By the time we were back at Kerbin, she had enough fuel to go to Duna and back. Right, this ship is insane, and quite frankly, it scares me. Since we're taking the time to burn, do you mind if I, do this? Oh yeah, now we got the science. Now we got plenty of science to do. Let's see here. Pressure data, high over Tylo. Good, I'll keep that. Gravity data. Planet has lower gravity than anticipated. This will give our what? Planet has lower gravity than anticipated. This will give our scientists information about the interior makeup of Tylo. But if it has lower gravity than you expected, then... What the fuck? Hey, you guys want to see some real lag? Here's some real lag. Look at that frame rate. That's me opening the mystery goo container. Because I want to run some mystery goo science. Goo feels right at home here. Of course it does. It feels right at home everywhere. Can we please get a crew report out here as well? Filled in. It looks like it would be very hard to land here. It also appears one side is more heavily cratered than the other. Is it? I can't really tell. That's the thing with Pegasus, is that it has a million scientific instruments. It's like, you want to examine all this in the lab? No! We brought the science lab with us. There's a telescope on board. I do love this ship. Let's run some magnetometer scans. Interaction between the solar winds and the magnetic field of this body. Fantastic. We're running down the burn timer, just give her a second. 2700 is encouraging, by the way. Because if we can get that kind of numbers with Intrepid, we might actually have a shot at pulling this off. Like I said, I need every single drop of fuel. I need a drink. Okay, you guys keep an eye on the burn timer. Make sure we don't spin out of control. I'll be back. good work, guys. We didn't crash and burn at a horrible fiery death on the most unforgiving moon in the game. Alright, I need to pull up a topographical map of this moon. Stand by. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm looking at... Okay. Where I was actually aiming to go was... not there. Although we could land right there. That'd be totally doable. Right at the big, dark blotch right there. It'd be doable. I would have to orient us in order to get there, but... Stand by. Hell yeah. We're not going anywhere. She's not even through half her fuel tank. Like, come on. She's such a good ship. My God. How's our communications? Well, we got 60% signal strength back with Kerbal. Time delay out here is probably really, really bad. Also, oh shit. Oh shit. That's why we're not getting a lot of speed, because we have 0 electric charge. This would be going a lot faster if the solar panels could actually catch the sun. Which they cannot. We are being eclipsed by Joule. It's not a tremendously big problem, but it's an inconvenience. This has never happened before. I've been eclipsed by planets, yeah, sure. But like, if I'm usually here and I decide to burn, yeah, no, that has happened. This, however, never. It's alright, we're nearly there anyway. Somehow the engines are still burning on the thermoelectric generators by some miracle. Alright, bringing her in. She'll need a few adjustments, but otherwise she's good. We could call that parked. This is good. Alright. 5 days till Intrepid encounter. We better get over there. But first... Look at that. We get no power. Oh, no, wait, no. Okay, it just came back. Oh, no, wait, no. That'd be the thermoelectrics, wouldn't it? Alright, let me pull out a calculator real quick. So, they're already behind us by 5 days. So let's put a 5 in there. We're gonna calculate just how long they've kept us waiting. Alright, let's go. They are all the way over there. Okay. Luckily, they're a bit further away from Joule, so they should be able to burn a bit less fuel when maneuvering to get an encounter with Tylo. Now, the difference here is I did training on the lander at an orbital altitude of about 40,000. Also, that's effectively the altitude that we need to start at. So, what's the highest mountain on Tylo? Tylo has 9 biomes. I don't care. Varying elevation between 0 meters and peaks of more than 11,000. Alright, that's fine. That's like not even something we need to worry about. We knocked that out, no problem. Okay. Welcome back aboard the ugly ship. I'm gonna bring the recording back. Oh, wait. Okay, good. The thing is up. Good. Just checking. Can we see Jool from here? He'd be back there somewhere, I think. Down? We are somewhat along the correct axis, though. With any luck, it shouldn't take too big of a burn. Alright, here we go. Recording. Audience, Hunter, we're back. If the video is titled Close Encounters with the Most Difficult Moon, we're not landing today. If the video's title is something along the lines of the hardest landing that we've ever done, congratulations, you found the Tylo video. We are 5 days out from Joule encounter with our lander. Pegasus is already in Tylo orbit. So, in terms of racing there, they won. By what looks like a good 60-day margin from our periapsy right there. So, to periaps, that's gonna be, well, you know what, hang on. Once we get the encounter here, I'm gonna have to do another maneuver to figure out how to intercept Tylo. Hopefully a really cool flyby of Joule. This would be the alarm clock doing its thing. It looks like we're bouncing off... No, we're getting a direct signal to Kerbin. It's closer to us now, at least. Okay. It'll still be a couple of months before we can get close to this stupid planet, though. I'm semi-confident we can actually land. I'm more concerned about us leaving. That's gonna be the, nail-biter. Is whether or not we're gonna have enough fuel to get back up into orbit. Okay, yes, thank you. Now, let's figure out where we end up in terms of orbiting this thing. I believe it was somewhere between... Yeah, it's 129 mil. Okay. Cool. Let me just go ahead and zoom. Okay, hang on. It's kind of tricky with the zooming. There's something right there. Okay, there we go. There are the moons. There's Pole. Tylo. Set that as the target. We need to fine-tune our closest approach to... Not a lot, actually. 40 kilometers. Alright, that's gonna be 66, and we need to burn immediately. Alright. Let me go ahead and spin this thing, and I'll go ahead and perform that maneuver. And then I'll bring it back. And we're off the go. Okay. This is going good. Already, this is looking good. With 66 meters for our fine-tuning, that leaves us with about 4,600 meters per second to slow down and get us into a stable orbit. Circularizing is going to be the most difficult part. Is going to be the most, you know when your brain tells you to say things and your mouth just moves quicker and you have no idea what you just said? That's what's happening now. So let me try again. 46,000 meters per... 4,600 meters per second, delta V... It's late, leave me alone. 4,600 meters per second, delta V will be left over to get us into a stable orbit, but we're going to be moving excruciatingly fast at that point. And... hopefully... That was 2,700 at the high orbit. I estimate 3,000. Give or take. That is a huge ballpark estimate. Alright, stand by. Okay, we're back. Gonna remove the node and create the node. That will give us an exact estimate, which is still 66.1 for some reason. Okay. Whatever. Just go ahead and burn. As long as we're in an orbit of 40 kilometers, we should be fine. And, of course, as long as we don't hit Joule. We had an encounter with some moon right there. Actually, it looks like we're not going to even fly close to Joule. By the time we get down there, Tylo is going to be on the other side. That's good, because Pegasus had to just cut the engines by mistake. Pegasus had to do her injection burn in the dark. And I've recently discovered that those radioisotope thermoelectric generators work really, really good. Okay, this has to be accurate as hell, so stand by. This is so good, it's actually pulling us into a stable orbit around Joule. Stand by. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Even less. Less than that. A wee nudge. Shit, that's gonna have to be good enough. I'll do a fine tune a little bit down the line. Okay, so that's 67. So that's 5 plus 67. It's 72 days that Pegasus is going to be waiting up. Alright, I'll make those adjustments and bring you guys back when I have something. Okay. Oh, 0.3 meters. Alright, give it the juice. Give it whatever juice it has, as long as it doesn't take up 55 meters per second of fuel. I can get us into an orbit. And that orbit would actually throw us really, really close to Joule. Not sure exactly how close in comparison to how we just did, but... yeah. We're landing this video. Where's our periapse with that? Oh, it's not telling me. Two, 1, 0. That's as close as it gets. I think we're actually gonna hit it. Shit. No, it's not gonna get better than that. Okay. We're not gonna find out until we get encounter. Yeah, there's gonna be quite a few quick saves in the coming minutes. This is the most nerve-wracking part of the mission. And it's also where I'm going to be the most dramatic. Oh, hey, look at you bouncing off of Jool. And now not bouncing off of Jool. And now you are, and now you're not, and now you are, and now you're not, and now you are. You can tell that it's bouncing off of Jool because of this green line. It can't make up its mind. Seriously, if you just bounced off of the relay, you'd be getting a way better signal. See? Look at that. 68 compared to, oh, actually it's the same, so whatever. Okay, just starting to speed up. Gotta bring the recording back. Okay, here we are, we're getting in close. I cannot determine a periapse with it. I think we're actually gonna hit it at this point. I'm gonna do another adjustment. It's another 0.4 meters per second of fuel, but at this point, I figure this thing either has enough fuel to get us into a low orbit, or it doesn't. Either prospect is equally terrifying, because if we do get into that low orbit, then we have no excuse, we have to land, and if we don't... It took me 5 hours to get out here with both of these ships. We have to get this right. Easy. Still not seeing a periapse. That's as close as it's gonna get. Alright, we're just gonna have to get an encounter and hope for the best. If we have to burn a lot of fuel, we have to burn a lot of fuel. Fingers crossed? Yeah, fingers crossed. No astronaut goes into space with their fingers crossed. What the fuck are we doing? We've obviously done something wrong. Okay, bringing it back. Okay, here we go. The moment of truth with whether or not I oriented our orbit correctly. And if I didn't, we do have another encounter in 10 days, apparently. Alright, easy now. If this is ramming me into the surface, I need as much time as possible to fix it. Hey, Pegasus. Alright, let's see what happens here. Come on. 40K. Looking for 40K. That is a ram. Shoot. Okay, okay. Give me a minute. What's the time to impact? Hour and 45. Or we could... No, never mind. That'd be fucking stupid. How are we, oriented? Okay. Aim that way. Relax, I can fix this. 764, 1151, 2428. And 3205. Stand by. Wait, why can't I just... hang on. Create this node. I'll select a target for the course correct. Ah, god damn it. Alright, hang on. Change periapse. 40 kilometers. Create. Orbit is hyperbolic, so apogee doesn't exist. After a fixed time, create. Okay. Bringing it back. Okay, we're good. We're good. Mechanical Jeb to the rescue yet again. I put in adjustments to raise our periapse to 40 kilometers, which is the only altitude that I trained on this thing with. I don't think I could do anything better than that. That is exceptionally low. So we're gonna pray to the god of space travelers that this works. Don't bother crossing your fingers because it might not pan out. It's another 35. Actually, that 35 will still keep us above 4,600. As long as we're still above 4,600, I feel pretty confident that we should be able to pull this off. There we go, now we're moving. Or we could go for 20,000. Actually, you know what? Never mind. I think 40,000 is plenty. Roughly 40,000. Roughly 40,000 would be fine. Okay, we have a periapse. There we go. Easy now. I overshot it, but I saved the day. I guess it's safe to say. I'll make the readjustments and then we'll figure out orbital injection. Change periapse to, yep. Just a real quick 0.6. Node is in T+5. Actually, that timer doesn't matter at this point. I can eyeball this. I'm just gonna give it a wee nudge. Actually, if you guys will indulge me, I have an idea. A way to do this even more accurately. So that's 0.6 meters per second. Let me check something. Yeah, it's fine. We should be fine. Okay. Get that oriented, and I'll fire it up. Easy now. Okay, good. RCS thrusters. Best part about these things is if I overshoot it, we can just fire them the other direction without spinning us around. 1, 2, 12, 11, 10, 9, 800, 700, 600, 500, 400, 300, 200, 100. Cut it. Cut the... What are you doing? It's reorienting itself. 40047 is good. That's like insane. Like, if you're looking for perfection, that's the closest you're gonna get, but I'm gonna try to get it even better. No, I'm not. I don't think we're gonna get any better than that. No, cut it there. Alright, bring the recording back. Okay. I got us to 47. Don't ask me how I got it that angle. It was the RCS thrusters. They were absolutely perfect. Okay, we need to circularize into a very, very low orbit at that periapse. Creates 1,101. Okay, my estimates were 3,000. I was way off. I was off by a lot. Compared to our 4,621. Yeah, we're landing today. Burn time 3 minutes, 19 seconds. Let's get it as accurate as we can. Easy now. Coming in. This is going to be insane. Like, this is in pure insanity, just how close we're getting to this thing. And before we actually get down there, we should reorient to our actual maneuver. That might help, so that we don't slam us into the ground. All the craters I wanted to land on are on the far side of the moon, though. We might have to wait. We might just have to grab Pegasus and wait. There's a crater biome in the crater. I want that biome. Okay, here we go. This is the second to last step, by the way. Once we circularize, it's the landing. I might start burning a little bit early. We're going to be on the dark side of the moon. Though, as we found out, that isn't really a tremendously big issue, apparently. All right, hang on. That's actually coming up faster than I thought it would. Okay. Alright, recording's coming back. Alright, so... in my never-ending quest for absolute perfection, we're gonna burn at 145, I think that's math? No, 140. Okay, 140. Which means our burn is in... 10 seconds. Okay, here we go. The ship is oriented. I made sure of it this time. 5 seconds. That's lag seconds. 4 seconds. Yeah, that's a lag second. Lag seconds are bad. 3 seconds. Alright, 2 seconds. 1. And here we go. We have more than enough fuel to pull this off and push the rover into a sort of landing trajectory. Which is exactly what I wanted, because this... boy howdy, let me tell you about Tylo. This is the hardest thing to land on. by a country mile. Gravity here is ridiculous. Its gravity is similar to Kerbin's with no atmosphere, with no way to aerobrake, which means we need a lot of fuel to take off and land. This is the hardest place to land on, by a very, very wide margin. Eve, you just use parachutes. Lathe, you just use parachutes. Everything else is like, we could get Pegasus to haul a lander over to it and land on whatever else is in this game. This is the big three, with an extra stop by Gilly, of course. Alright. I'll figure out these burns, do the fine-tuning, and then we'll go in for landing. Are we getting power? As a matter of fact, we're draining. I guess the panels here aren't in direct sunlight. Yeah, they're blocked by reaction wheels. This one's blocked by our... Oh my god. The lander is blocking... Okay, we got power on this side. It's not the worst situation. It's been a long journey, guys. But say hello to Tylo. Where you guys want to land? Gagarin Crater? Grissom Crater? Galileo Crater? Tycho? These are all real in-game names, by the way. Okay. One crater is apparently Carl Sagan's face on a mountain, and the other is a cave-like underground formation. Cave-like formation used to be below the surface, but as of 1.3 is back on the surface. These are the Easter eggs of Tylo. Alright, everybody... You know what the worst part is? They're probably never going to fix the Gagarin... well, not the Gagarin face. The Sagan face. Yuri Gagarin was the other guy, the first man in space. The cave? No, Carl Sagan's face. Land there? I don't know where it is! Ah! Give me a minute. It's not like we're doing anything else. Tylo, cave-like formation. This is all the Easter eggs. Alright, although since removed, there was once a crater with a faint image of Carl Sagan's face coloring the terrain, and there's one green monolith, of course. I've never found a single one. Okay. Oh, hello. Okay. Well, it's very northward. But it might actually be easy to spot. Surrounded by 3 smaller craters. Alright, hang on. This is... Alright, we're gonna call this right here Alien Head. If that's Alien Head, then the cave is... right in the center of this black patch. Electric charge is dead. So it is. Still have engine power, but oh, okay, that's why. We are out 4 engines. Look at that. But by a miracle of science, we are still symmetrical. This must be what was going on with Pegasus. Thank you, Lander, for blocking all of my... Hey, it's Val! Look at that. We can see Tylo, Lathe, and Val. The 3 innermost moons of Joule. The 2 tiny ones are harder to spot. They're really, really, really small. And they're really far away from us right now. Joule is such a cool system to visit because, like, the moons are enormous. This is such a cool place to visit. Alright, we're halfway through our burn. We just hit T plus 11 seconds. Anyway, like I said, that cave Easter egg is all the way up here. And we don't have the fuel to reorient. Well, actually, we do, but getting home would be a nightmare. I suppose Pegasus could reorient. It would take me forever to figure out the numbers. Ugh. It's looking like this is gonna take a few minutes, guys. Divide. Okay. Could we send a 2-smart rover over there? We could send a 2-smart wherever we want. It would take it forever to get there, but it could do it. Why do you think we brought one? Oh, what? Where is it? There it is. We were looking on the wrong side. Not the prettiest lander, is it? This is the ugly duckling of spacecraft. It was so ugly, but it's gonna do great things. You think we can pull these little struts off once we're done with them? Just to save a little bit more weight. You think we could pull these off? God, I hope so. But with a high-gravity environment like this, I'm skeptical what we'll actually be able to do. I think it's going to be a miracle just to get the car working. Since we're burning, I'm going to do this. Everything on this ship needs to be checked, double-checked, and then checked again. So, these are the outermost engines. Good. The inner block. Okay. And the idea with these most hard sci-fi craft are ugly. Well, this is hard sci-fi. Okay, so the idea with these is that they will all run out of fuel at the same time. And we can depend on that happening. And from there, those will be ejected, and then we'll go to the second stage landing engine. Those will run out, and then we'll move on to the third stage, which we need to land with that stage. Because that's the stage with the landing legs on it. and the escape engines aren't powerful enough to pull us into orbit and also land with that amount of fuel. We only have 2 aerospike engines on this thing. I need whatever extra boost these engines can give me when we leave. Anything that they can give me. How many engines are we down? Okay, same amount. That's fine. Just keep burning. Okay. Now, my plan is we're going to use the Pinnacle engine to bleed off as much speed as we possibly can to save us as much fuel as, like, as much as this thing will give us without hurting ourselves. These engines are not powerful enough to land. In fact, I made it a rule to myself that we're not allowed to land with the ion engines because we're basically cheating with them. But if we just use it to initialize a descent burn, then that's probably fine. Okay. Once this last stage is done, that will be ejected as well. At some point in there, the car will be jettisoned, but we'll probably do that manually. From there, we'll chop off the ladder. And whatever the hell these 4 are. What are these? Oh, that's the landing legs, actually. Okay, yeah, it all gets chopped off. Don't think they work in atmosphere? This doesn't have an atmosphere! I can't help but notice we're getting slower. I said, this is the hardest planet to land on in the game. The video's not called our toughest landing for nothing. It's gonna be... It's gonna be interesting. We do have stable orbit, but our apogee is at 50,000. Honestly, if we can... It's making minor adjustments to our periaps. As long as it's nothing too crazy, we should be fine. If we do our landing burn at our apogee, when we're moving the slowest, that'll give us a tiny extra boost. Like I said, we're going to wait for the planet to spin around a little bit so that we can get a decent landing zone. I have a topographical map open. We're looking for 2 giant craters with a white rim. I think we're over them right now. Actually, I think that's where I want to land, right there. Right in between the 2 craters, or above them. Right around there. Somewhere in this ridge. That would give us the most science. Looking up a topographical map now. I think those 2 craters are coming around the dark side right now, which means we're going to be waiting a bit. How long does it take to revolve? Or I guess in this case it would be rotate. Side rail rotation velocity is 17.789 meters per second. You know what? Just give me Google. Tylo orbits Joule in roughly 9 days. That's not what I was trying to figure out. Okay, here we go. Tylo has a 58-hour rotation period. Shit. Drez is even longer. It's like 13,000 hours. I don't even think that one spins. Oh no, wait. That's... I was looking at the wrong thing. Stand by. Revolutions per hour, 0.2. That would be 50 hours. Okay, we're getting down there now, finally. What's our periapse? It's at 35,000. I might have to adjust it on the other side. I'm gonna ease off the throttle now. We're getting some power back in the system, at least. Apogee, go ahead and burn prograde over there. What the... Eh? Oh, cut every other maneuver, please. Okay. Just clear the board. Boost that back up to 40K. It's a 4.7. It's, you know what, that's close enough. 37K is good. Especially for our standards. Coming around. All the while charging those batteries that we will have more than enough power to do this next maneuver. Okay, good. We're fine. Steady now. 3, 2, 1, and burn. Take it easy. Don't want to overshoot. I'm gonna aim for 40K. A little bit higher than that right there. Good. 4204 is fine. Alright, now cut that one at periapse, create node, circularize. Good news is we're already in the correct orientation. Okay. We're so close. We're so close, guys. Just a little bit longer. Overshot it a bit. Whatever. Fine. Just go. Burn off that last 90. And whatever happens to our periaps, don't worry about it. It's negligible at this point. We're burning with every engine this time, and we're still losing power, but it's fine. We'll have enough to get through this burn. Right, that's coming in real close. $65. Gonna start easing off the throttle. By a lot. Okay, this is good. Thank you. Easy now. Apogee's 50,000. Easy. .4. If I could get it to 45, I can make it work. I'm gonna call that a parking orbit, ladies and gentlemen. All right. She's parked. Swap over to Pegasus. I don't care how long this takes. We're getting that damn good landing site. And I don't care if we need Mechanical Jeb to help figure it out. Imagine if you made the world's longest stream. I did threaten YouTube that I would stream for 8 hours. I got 2 left. We're probably gonna end the moment we land. Or at least plant the flag. Alright. Using this thing's higher altitude will allow us to time accelerate a heck of a lot more. So much so, in fact, that I can't actually see what it's doing. Alright, how's it look now? Those 2 craters are coming around the rim. That's good, that's good. Stop right there. Okay. Imagine if you made a 24-hour stream. The longest stream I ever did was Desert Bus. Okay. Okay. Everything's ready. Finally, everything is ready for our deorbit burn. Mechanical Jeb will help us zero in on the landing site, but after that, I'm shutting him off and we're on our own. Here we go, this is the big one. Okay. Bringing the recording back. This is going to be a long one. Okay. We're in a parking orbit. You could call it that. Apogee 44,000, periaps 37,000. I also reoriented us. I want our landing site to be about here-ish. Somewhere between those 2 craters. Which means I'm gonna go ahead and use Mechanical Jeb here to help reorient us with a bit of landing guidance. Pick target on map right about there. Now let's see if it can reorient to actually figure out how to get us down there. The pinnacle engine that I've strapped to the bottom of this thing is going to carry us at least to something that we can call a landing trajectory. But after that, I'm ditching it and we're turning off mechanical jab. Now, let's see if it can reorient us to point directly at that. Like, if we can get anywhere in this area, I'll take it. And unfortunately, we're on the dark side of the moon right now, so, yeah, better get those batteries charged back up real quick, otherwise, I don't know if we're gonna be landing today. Auto warp is on, right? Now it is. Alright. This is the big one. Hardest thing to land on, here we go. The hardest thing to land on in Kerbal Space Program. Let's see if mechanical jab can orient us so that I can actually get this started. We're about to lose comms, I think. Yeah, here we go, losing comms. That's gonna be nerve-wracking to the folks back at home. So yeah, we need you to do this burn, but you're not gonna be in communication range for that. Bouncing off Pegasus right now, actually. It's giving us a decent signal. Oh no, that's the relay. What? Oh, now you're bouncing off Pegasus? You know what? I'll take it. I'm not gonna argue. I'm just... Frankly, I'm just happy to be here today. I have no idea what's gonna happen with this, but let's find out. Landing guidance in this is weird. Might actually be on the light side when it starts its landing burn. You might not have to worry about power on that first stage. Anywhere in this area. Anywhere at all. Anything up here along the line is gonna be... No. It's gonna take too long to drive. This is the largest moon in the game. It's the analog to Ganymede. It's... Alright, this is gonna take a minute. I'm just gonna bring the recording back whenever it decides to get started. What was that, Goliath awaits? Yeah, let me have a look. The exhaustion is starting to hit, guys. We need to finish this. $1981. Sure it's not the Poseidon Adventure? It's a made-for-television movie. Let me check for public domain. Ooh, that's a no. Or at least according to Wikipedia. It's another Queen Mary movie. Because it can only afford to be in these cheesy movies. Ooh, here we go. Okay, Time warp just hit 1. I'm guessing Mechanical Jeb has a plan at this point. I don't know if we have sunlight. It did wait a while. We will have sunlight. A lot of it, actually. Okay. Why are you reorienting again? At this point, I might just say screw it and go for landing wherever. All right. It's such a perfect spot, though. I think it might be on a hill, though. I don't know. We'll find out when we get there. Alright, whenever you're ready. Game. Whenever you're... And there it goes. Okay. We have engine burn. I think it's just reorienting, actually. Apogee is going down, though. Actually, they're both going down. I'm just glad we're not burning on the dark side. Actually, no, we are losing power. We're not in the best configuration for, Actually, no, that's really good. Why are we having power problems? Okay. Well, the reorientation seems to be doing something. Now we're just gaining altitude on both of them, actually. What the I just wanted you to orient it so that we can land there. Isn't there a maneuver planner for this? Hang on. No. There isn't. Shit. Okay. I think we're just gonna have to settle for any old landing zone. Ideally in this valley would be good. What's our current altitude? Okay, that is not helpful. It's 40,000. I could make that work. We need to trim off speed, though. Alright. I tell you what, we're just gonna let this burn and I'll bring it back whenever it's done! I had no idea it was gonna take this long. The stream will not end until we are on Tylo. And it's trying its damnedest right now. Running out of power. How long is this particular burn, and why is our apogee rapidly climbing? I'm just gonna, real quick. Oh yeah, that's better. I don't know. I'm having a hard time entertaining you guys because this, like, make no mistake, I get it. This part is boring. Just imagine if I didn't supercharge the ion engines. By the way, power's about to run out. Would I go to the Queen Mary if I had the time? Probably not. No. Why would I? Wait. Engine stopped. I can't tell if it stopped because it's out of power or because it gave up. I'm bringing the recording back. Okay. I'm making an executive decision here. We're landing. I don't know where exactly we're gonna touch down. Ideally, I'm gonna aim for a basin like this or this. Probably this. There's a lot of sub-biomes along the rim here. I'd like to get in there. We do not have a lot of fuel to spare. In fact, I'm pulling up the map one more time to make sure I get this right. Anywhere along this line would be good as long as we're above the craters. Okay. I'm gonna start the descent burn. Then we're gonna figure out landing. I'm gonna go ahead and save it again. I do not trust myself on this particular lander. I've made it as good as it can possibly be, and it's still not particularly great. This is literally the best I can engineer. Alright, go full burn. That's gonna flip around the periaps and apogee really quickly. Ideally, we need to burn this for as long as we can. We have 2,600 meters per second of fuel left on it, but I'm not allowed to land with this engine. All I can really do is get us a good landing site. That is the rules that I set out for myself. Okay, which one is longer? Shit, they're both about the same length, actually. Alright. Stand by, cutting it off. You know what, at this point, let's burn more. We're gonna get above this one. It's still gonna be an uncomfortably long drive, but knowing me, I'm not gonna make that drive anyway. Anywhere along here would be good. Highlands would mean that we have to burn less. Lowlands would be more fuel. Let's aim like around this valley, maybe somewhere along here. All right. 1995. Cut that off now. Okay. Point of no return. Here we go. Decoupling the Pinnacle engine. That's one. That's two. Pinnacle is away. Activating RCS, enabling the fuel tank. We need to push ourselves away from this thing. Plus, the more we burn of this RCS, the better. Oh crap, the thrusters on the Rover are still operational. I forgot to turn those off. Whatever, this will work fine. And it's time for another save. Don't miss. Okay. And a quick save. Just to really make sure we get this right. Alright. Burn can start around here. Hopefully by then, Pinnacle will be much, much further away. Need to keep watching our progress on this. Take it easy now. Altitude is 33,000. Coming down to 32. Surface speed is 2,007. Good year. Alright, it just brought us down to ×1 speed because now we are on a collision course. Reorienting us to face retrograde. We need to burn here pretty soon. Activating the first set of engines. Here we go. Ooh. That's got a kick, actually. Wow. These are vector engines. They added these as an equivalent to the space shuttle engine. Damn good engine. Damn good. They're also powerful enough that we'll be able to do this. Pinnacle. This outwardmost stage is mostly just here to just help slow us down. We're gonna burn through all of it. We will be mission critical in 1 minute 32 seconds. Oh boy. Turning off RCS thrusters. I've burned as much of that fuel as I'm willing to. We need the rest to get home. By home, I mean Pegasus. $1660, coming down way too fast. Readjusting to distance from ground rather than sea level. They do not have oceans on Tylo. 1600, coming down too fast still. I might have to activate the second set of engines. by. Let's just see what it does. The wobbling is to be expected. It's not the most stable lander I've ever made. It's got the struts on it. Okay, I tried. Thank you. 1340, coming down too fast. Too fast, too fast. And I need to fire the next set of engines immediately. I don't remember what went wrong. Lock the gimbals. Every single one of them. That's what we forgot to do. There we go. She's a lot more stable. Same thing on the final stage as well. We just broke 1,000. 1,300 meters to surface. Come on, I practiced this like 20 times. It's like flying the space shuttle, alright? I did this simulation 1,000,000 times on my computer. Seriously, I know how to fly this spaceship. 330 meters left. Stand by. This is going to start leveling out as we burn more fuel. Where exactly are we? Okay, we overshot, but that's fine. We're still near the crater. No, we're fine. This area down here looks decently flat. 57, 47, 37, 26, 16, 5 dead. Deploying the legs. We can start easing off now. Quick saving here. This is starting to actually look like we're gonna make it. Easy now. Easy. Trying to find the sweet spot. It's about there. Good, good, good. Be our boosters ramming into the ground, which means we're close enough to the ground to actually hear that. (2,040 meters per second of fuel left. Coming down at 107. Gotta start pulling up the throttle a little bit. X out, just to make sure my brain knows what button it is. You guys have no idea how long you guys watching this on Editor Gaming have no idea how long this has taken. 600 meters, coming down at 60. Gonna start raising the throttle even more. Coming down at 30, 27, down at 25. If we could get it below 12, we're golden. 16, 15, 14, 13. The slower the better, obviously, but... Easy now. Coming in, and that's fucking perfect, actually. Butter. 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 Holy shit! What'd we break? We're on... Guys, we're on Tylo. This is the hardest planet to... We got half a tank of gas left on the descent stage. That is an insane amount of, that is way more than enough to get us back. Say the Neil Armstrong line? That may be a small one for Neil, but it's a long one for me. Holy shit. I think we snapped something on the rover, I'm not sure. The battery just look okay. We're gonna have to examine it. Oh. What's some royalty-free music that we can play here? There's gotta be something. Oh, you know what I should dip into? The Subnautica soundtrack. Let's see what we got. Let me see. Nope. Actually, that one wouldn't be half bad. We got This Is the Time We Have Prepared For. Nope, I got the perfect one. Alright. We're gonna start up the next video. I don't know if I'm gonna finish the next video, but we're gonna start doing science and at least plant a flag. Audience. Yeah. We're on Tylo. You can breathe out. Holy shirt balls. Are we past the 30-second mark in the video? I don't know. Yeah, we are. Holy shit, we're here. I have no idea how we managed to pull that off. We have more than enough fuel to get back to Pegasus. This is pure insanity. I think we smacked something on the rover on our way in. I'm not entirely sure. But we're gonna hope that this little landing leg here that I strapped to it makes it a little bit easier to drop this thing off of the, I'm sorry, it's just... Just need to enjoy the moment for a second. God. What's the, Alright, landing leg stress is good. Really good, actually. Okay. Who goes first? You know what? I think we're gonna go with the classic Jebediah. Why do you have a parachute on? Get rid of that. What the? I don't know. Then give it to Dave. Holy shit. Now, for the longest ladder I've ever made, I think. Are you gonna grab that? Hang on. Okay, he might actually fall off here. Alright, hang on. Since we're actually here, let me save it. If Javki has to come out and fix the damn ladder, then so be it. Don't fall off, please. Please, it took us so long to get here. There we go. Okay. Gonna save it. We did it. We did it. This is the hardest moon to land on. This is the hardest thing in the solar system. to land on. Right, now let's give it a try. Gravity here is pretty high, I think. I don't know, I'll have to hit up the seismometer. Okay, come on. Oh, don't scare me like that, man. It's been a long trip. Okay. You can do it like that. Whatever floats your boat, man. You want to headbutt the planet? Then headbutt the planet. Here, I'll get this out of the way so you can do that. Boom. The planet has been headbutted. Oh, Lord. Give that a second. We're sliding down a hill. If you just give it a few more moments, you're not going to bang your head on your way back up. Can you blame the guy for just collapsing right there? It's he's been cooped up on a ship for a couple years at least. Well, walking seems very comfortable. Running is also very comfortable. These are the first things we check. Jumping. It's about Kerbal jump, actually. Alright. Here, close this. We're not gonna need it. Close this. I didn't need it. in fact, it hindered me. The seismometer. We're actually looking at about 1/8 G. I don't know. The rover might give us a better reading. The moon appears to be largely inactive. That's interesting. Temperature. Okay. Wait, gravity data. 7.79. Okay. Detailed scans hint at hollow spaces in the interior of the planet. Interesting. And the pressure data, of course. There's no detectable atmospheric pressure. There's no detectable atmospheric pressure here. Fascinating. Is it, though? Let's get the crew report going. Yeah, go ahead, override. This one's more important. Okay. Another quick save here, because this is the next most nerve-wracking part of the mission. Drop the rover. Oh, that was perfect. That was so perfect. It is rolling away now, though. Stop it. Stop. Hit the brakes, please. Thank you. Go ahead and extend the antenna. We need Jofke out here. He needs to, we need to see if we can spin the arm back around. Because it's not in its correct orientation. What kind of rocks do we have out here, Jeb? What's out there? We might need to turn on the surface feature finder to figure out what we're supposed to scan. That looks small enough to scan or grab or something. EVA report. Gravity here is pretty comfortable and reminds you of home. However, the lack of atmosphere is a stark contrast to Kerbal. Like they say, it's like landing on Kerbal, but without an atmosphere. Surface samples. Ground gives way easily, but the surface underneath is much harder. Okay, so it's probably like a regolith. Someone at the in the live chat asked if I ever thought about flying into a black hole. Hell yeah. Every time I see one in Elite Dangerous. Jofke, come on out. You're our chief engineer. Wait. Again with the fucking parachute, man. Look, just don't fall off the ladder. Do what Jofke did. Yes, exactly like that. Thank you. Nice. Okay, okay. It just does that, I guess. does not flip back around when he reaches the next ladder. Go ahead and stand up. Yeah, that's just gonna off of the ladder. Don't worry about it. Let's suppose the ground anchors would work here. Probably not. We don't have the inventory space to worry about it right now, though. Alright. Can we reorient this? Exceeds weight that the Kerbal can construct in this gravity. Well, yeah, I was kind of afraid of that. Tell you what, then, go ahead and, relocate the seats, then. The Too Smart has now become the Too Smart Wide. This is with the wider seat configuration, also slightly crooked. Go ahead and get in the European driver's seat. Just make sure you can sit in this thing without busting up the arm. Oh yeah, plenty of headroom. Okay. We're gonna have to make this work. Nobody sit in this chair. We might destroy the arm. That's 4 repair kits if the arm is destroyed. Oh, and control from the seat. There we go. There we go. There's the steering that I remember. We might be able to, you know what, actually, just retract that. That worked like a charm. That's going on the Eve mission. And every mission, and every rover from this point forward. I like this. Because the slim variant is absolutely better than just laying the rover flat on the side of the rocket. This is better. Alright. Hit up the, seismometer again. It varies, actually. It's about, 0.8 Gs. It's lower than Kerbin, but it's still really high. Jeez. You observe the goo. Oh, great. I got nothing for that. I'll tell you what, the lander's sliding slow enough that we might be able to just set up camp right here. Dave. Come on out. Everyone has a different colored suit. Dave's is, full white. He's, I was gonna say why. What are you doing? Oh, wait, okay. We're at that point of the ladder. I'm not gonna get used to that. That's crazy. All right, let go. Up on up. Don't break your face. Good job. Okay, you can reach this. Yes, you can actually. Fantastic. How do I know? That's a... Wait a minute. Okay, on second thought, that's a solar panel. Jofke should be setting those up. Go ahead and find, the control station. Yeah, alright, this is the control unit. Oh, it's really heavy. Okay. I don't suppose you could just drop that parachute, please? Apparently not. Okay. That's gonna be a problem. Do a different tool first, then. No, that's also... Okay, we're gonna have to juggle things around here. Jofke, get over here. Don't break that arm! Oh, he didn't break the arm. He did, however, fall over while getting off the rover, because gravity here is wicked high. Alright. Jovki, I need you to sort out our power things, and probably the parabolic dish. If we could get these out first, that'd be good. Place that down. There it goes. We brought 2 of these, as well as 2 of the standard radioisotope thermoelectric generators. I just need to figure out which box they're in. All these boxes are getting ripped off before we leave. Let's take, just set them up in our usual configuration. Just a big old solar farm, all of them right next to one another. That'll be good. Yeah. Alright. And here's the... oh, a 3rd solar panel. Okay. At least we have a place to stow the parachutes that we brought for some reason. Fantastic. It's definitely a brighter shade of gray than the Mun, isn't it? I feel like the Mun is much darker. God, it's so crazy being here. Like, 5 years ago, I couldn't even imagine being here. Like, I thought about restarting Kerbal, but I don't know, Project Odyssey is just really, really doing the numbers right now. Is that all the power? No, one more. Okay, then we can start setting up the actual experiments. Maybe go for a drive, but not during this video, because I'm gonna be real, this video is being recorded, well, it's 5 in the morning, after a scuffed mystery VTube theater, and I threatened YouTube, and I said, if you take down this stream, I'll stream Kerbal for 5 hours. No, it was 8. It was 8 hours. And, here we are at hour 7. Okay, you're gonna have to ditch your jetpack and your parachute over in this box. Now you can carry that stuff. Jesus, this stuff is heavy here. For a second there, I thought it would be too heavy for you to actually carry. It has to be light enough that you can deploy it on Eve, which has ridiculously high gravity. And we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Thankfully, that'll be a shorter flight. Alright, so the control unit. And another thing that I heard from a little birdie is that the ionographer will actually work here. Because it actually does have an ionosphere. Give that a second to boot up. Okay. Well, I'll be doggone. That is producing science. Okay. That is fantastic. Okay. Next is, let's get the dish up. Even though I think it's an engineering part. We have more than enough power to keep this entire place running forever. Just point that at the sun. More or less, that'll probably be in the right direction. Alright, what about this box? What's in this one? The most annoying gadget of them all, the mystery goo machine. The loudest, most annoying machine in our entire science arsenal. And here I am setting it up anyway, even though I hate this thing. Purely for the noise it makes. There it is already. Like, the moment you deploy it, it does the really loud one. Alright, where's the seismometer? There it is. Okay. Seismometer, that could go right over here by the parabolic dish. Seismometers, it's always a useful tool to have. Very nice. It's a very sensitive piece of equipment too, like this could detect a Kerbal jumping next to it. You get some good height here, actually. Way better than I thought you would. Actually, 1/8 G, will the jetpack work? That's a good question. You, scientist, you're a scientist. Do some science. Wait, what's this machine? Oh. That's right, we forgot one. The most important machine of them all. Why do we keep bringing this thing with us? It's so useless. Our hopeless little weather station. We've put one on every planet and moon. Except the planets where it would be useful. Like Duna. What a sad machine. And that is all of our science instruments. Getting some crazy bad frame rate here, actually. I'm surprised it's this bad. Is the lander really that laggy? Or maybe the fact that I'm running OBS, Kerbal Space Program, and XSplit all at the same time. That might have something to do with it. Alright. Let's give this a good... Alright, give it a jump. No, totally useless. Might slow down the fall a little bit, but otherwise here, jetpacks, not gonna be helpful. Alright. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cut this video into 2 parts and record the rest of it later. But before I do any of that, the most important part of all, Jebediah is gonna raise the flag. I have no idea what to call this place. And we are off the air for the rest of the night, ladies and gentlemen. We could breathe. You guys are no longer on live recording. We are officially just streamers now. I'm gonna close XSplit. See if that actually helps our frame rate. How about calling it Bob? Because Bob isn't here. Is that... Actually, Bob is at home. Bob is back on Kerbin. Bill is on board Pegasus. Oh, God. 7 hours later, and we've planted the flag. Nice flag, thank you. I'm very proud of that logo. I'm gonna call it Intrepid Flats. After our lander. Also because the lander isn't actually sliding for once. I always have problem with it sliding across the surface. But no, this is... it's doing good. If you can't read that, it says 7 hours of streaming later and we've bested the hardest landing in the game. Screw being the first Vtuber on the Mun. I'm the first Vtuber on Tylo. It's a bit of an ego... it's a bit of an ego stroker right there, guys. I cannot emphasize enough, this is not an easy place to get to. Alright, Jeb, I wanted to check something real quick before we end stream. Brakes off, please. How's she looking? Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought, actually. She actually burns more juice here. She burns more electricity here. We can't keep her in a constant state of motion. Not really. It actually depends on where we're pointed. Push comes to shove, we're just gonna put another radioisotope generator on her. Slow her down, please. Does that tank work? Yeah, it does. Alright, fantastic. Our boost system works. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the can... just open up the can. The can of monopropellant. The gas tank on this thing. I love my little car. We put it on every planet and moon so far. I'll let you guys in on a little secret. There's one on Eve, too. From a stream long past. I imagine the rover will do quite well here. I might actually be able to... add some ideas. I have some ideas for the car. Oh. Okay, with the brakes on, we actually get some decent traction control. Okay. Go ahead and park it underneath the ship. I have some ideas. Symmetry doesn't matter a whole lot to a car. Especially one that has that giant arm on it. Alright. Pull out your thing here, Jufky. Can you reach that? It's too heavy. Oh no. Wait, are the boxes the boxes are also too heavy. Oh no. Well then what can we pull off this thing? Probably the science instruments. I'm not sure we can pull the dish off now. The plan was to rip off as many pieces of this thing as we can. But we're gonna have to settle for the leg separators. This thing has a probe core on board, right? Hang on. It does, I think. Might be under the... It might be under the docking thing. It is under the docking thing. I usually hide it up there. We're taking off? No. We're just seeing, what it's gonna take to take off. I will not subject you guys to the voyage home. Oh my lord. But to be fair, getting home, it's gonna be a lot easier. Pegasus is in orbit right now with about 14,000 meters per second of delta V. That's enough to rendezvous with this thing and get us home. Like, absolutely no problem whatsoever. Why did I select this thing? Oh my god, my brain is going, folks. Why did I select this thing again? Oh, right, okay. So the plan is this. How much fuel is that in percentage? Quite a lot, actually. She did... You're not good at Delta V? Alright. The best way to imagine Kerbal Space Program is to use a Delta V map. Like, for example, getting to the Mun, it'll tell you is like maybe 12,000 if you're going from orbit. I have a program that I use that helps out a lot with this, actually. Here, let me pull one up, actually. KSP Delta V Planner. Alright, so from the surface of Kerbin to the Mun. Alright, well, it takes 3,400 to actually get into orbit around Kerbin. Then 860 to intercept the moon, 310 to orbit the moon, and then 580 to land. The Mun is insanely easy. And you guys are gonna hard this to believe. Minmus, which is further away, is actually easier to land on. Like, my Mun lander, which I specifically designed for the Mun, which was an Apollo-style mission, easily did Minmus. Like, it was overkill. Minmus is easy. Like, the best way to go about it is, like, you see the fuel gauge there, right? Don't even look at that. Don't even pay attention to the fuel gauge. Pay attention to the number right here in the blue, oh my god, you guys haven't been able to see my mouse this whole time. Oh wait, there it is. Oh, thank fuck. I thought I was going crazy. Okay. You see the fuel gauge here. Don't even pay attention to that. Don't even look at that. It's not important. What's important is this blue number. Right now that blue number says 1,633 meters per second. That is the amount of... That is your fuel gauge. Like, the sooner you accept that as your fuel gauge, the better. Now, the plan is this. We are going to ride this descent stage as hard as we can, as high as we can, when we try to leave. Now, the moment we actually launch this thing, it's going to trigger this separator, which will knock the ladder off of the ship, and these 4 separators, which is going to separate all 4 landing legs. And the boxes that go with it. Planned for everything, guys. I brought those ground anchors because I thought we'd be sliding more. We are on a bit of a slope, but it's not too bad, actually. We're on Tylo. You have to say that a few more. I have to say that a few more times, otherwise it doesn't sink in. We are on Tylo. It's a pretty big whoop. I knew that that tiny rock was going to be something. Alright, this is the surface feature finder. This allows me to find objects that I can either pick up or scan. Like that rock over there. Glad you guys stuck around this long, by the way. Like when I started this up, I was thinking to myself, there is no way anyone is going to stick around until 5 in the morning to watch me land on some moon that they probably don't even realize is as big a deal as it actually is. Here, release the brakes. Like, really open her up. Come on. You know what? Screw it. Give me everything. Yeah. No, turn that off. We have a limited amount of that fuel. If I really wanted to, I could activate unlimited RCS fuel and just drive around. As long as there's like 0.1 liters left in the tank, that'll work. Whoa. Check out this little guy. This brown. You still hear that stupid machine all the way out here. Park it right there. Back up a little bit. Yep, right there is good. Tylo Lightstone. Alright. Check this out. This thing's cool. This is the largest arm you can put on a rover, and we put it on the Too Smart. It's got a drill, it's got a microscope, it's got a radiometer, a laser, and it drains 3/4 of the battery on the rover every time you use it. Careful examination helps us finally determine why this type of Tylo stone comes in only brighter shades. Scan has collected all detail possible. Congratulations. Well, it's the biggest arm here. Because it's the only arm, you fuckers. Okay, that's definitely a different shade of color. That right there, that looks like a... That looks cool, actually. How far is that? I mean, I was gonna end the stream, but... Oh, it's just over the next hill. Come on. Come on. Come on. That looks like the coolest rock in the universe. Jeb, go get it. Go find that rock. She needs more power. Sensor records even the slightest surface vibration. I'm gonna get, we're just gonna run these as well. Hollow spaces. There's no atmosphere here, that's fascinating. And the temperature. Like, how cold is it this far from the sun? Alright, this is the last rock, I promise. Unless the one right next to it is also interesting. Damn it. God damn it. Damn it, guys. I don't know how to tell you this, but that rock looks really interesting. That looks like a really interesting rock right there. I kinda wanna see it. She's doing better on the hills than I thought she would. I love our little rover. I designed this thing so long ago. The first iteration of the Too Smart rover didn't even have seats. It was basically this with the solar panels on it, and they had to hold on to ladders on this part right here. That was the first iteration of this rover. They had not put the seats in the game yet. The moment they put seats in the game, I immediately put them on the car. I don't remember when the RCS thrusters got put on. Those might have been... You know what? If I look hard enough, I might be able to find pictures of Gen 1. I'm 100% serious. Let me get next to the rock, and I'll do a search while we're waiting for the batteries to charge back up. Damn it, that rock over there looks really interesting, guys. We might have to go scan that one, too. Almost a kilometer away from the lander. That's a big lander, too. That's a really big lander. Damn it. Look at that. Look at that rock. Look at that rock. Oh my god, look at that rock. Look at that rock. It's big. It's a big rock. It's a really big rock. You know what we gotta do? We gotta climb that rock. It's huge! It's way huge! Oh my god, it's... Wow! Okay, it looks smaller from further away. It looks smaller when I zoomed in on it. Okay, that's a thing. Right, we're gonna time accelerate the charging of this by a factor of 10, and I'm gonna scroll through the screenshots. Oh my god, they're still here, I think. Oh, no, wait. That's Pegasus in orbit around Val. Oh no. They might actually be gone. Okay. Stand by. Still looking, haven't given up. Checking the Steam screenshots. The oldest one is... Oh, no, wait, that's the newest one. Okay, the oldest one is... an Eagle Heavy booster on re-entry. Crap. Man, I bet you guys wanted to see the Generation 1 too smart. But you got all excited. Wait. Crap, it might actually still be on the MUN. Tell you what, when we're done... After I scan this, I'll go check. I can't make any promises, though. Okay, scan it. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. Thanks. Alright, Jeb, get out of the seat. We have to actually remove the data first. And, plunk that in the trunk. Nice landing. That's 3 experiments already. Good. And another thing is, Jeb can just do it from here. Wait, it's all shiny. What do you think it's made of? Straight iron? Is it a meteorite? Can't be. It has layers. Doesn't look like any meteorite I've seen. The outcropping with patterns of light and dark on it looks natural. Is it? Or is it really some alien plaything? Which begs the question, are we all just playthings of some vast, incomprehensible alien minds? Nah, that can't be. Hang on, hang on. Oh my god, they knew we were gonna do this. They put stairs on it. Look at this. Look at this. I'm the king of the mountain. Jeff fell down. This is my new favorite rock in the entire solar system. Plunk down a flag. Jeb already placed down his flag, actually. Otherwise, I totally would. Okay. Finally, we could go back to the Space Center. I'll check the mun. Again, no promises. It would have been all stock parts, but I can't guarantee it's there. Have someone else do it? I'll have to drive someone else out here. I'm probably gonna do that during the video. The second half of the video. Whenever I record that. It's not gonna be tonight though. Oh my god. I said I would stream for 8 hours. We're nearing 7.5. I think we're all fading, and I'm actually kind of hungry. I want to get a Klondike bar. Anyone else want a Klondike bar? I got Klondike bars upstairs. I'm gonna get one of those when we're done here. I'm gonna eat it just for the hell of it. Bring me the tracking station. God, Pegasus is such a good ship, guys. I love that ship so much. Hunter, are you drunk? I might be. Oh my god, Jeb, you're so beautiful standing on that rock. I love you. Alright, so we have the Sea of Contempt. We have the Munshot 12 Rover. That's the oldest rover I can find. It's 103 years old. Yep, this one's 27 days older than that one. The oldest thing in my arsenal is 103 years old. This is the oldest rover I have. Is it the Gen 1? Or is that gone? Let's find out. Was it erased from history completely? Kind of like how I erased it from my mind. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just pull out the laptop and find it, but... I could just pull out the laptop and find the picture and show everybody at a later date, but anyway. Remember Devil's Lip and Devil's Drop? No, I don't remember Devil's Lip and Devil's Drop. What is that? I might be too tired to remember. Remind me. We didn't have to reload any saves. We did that... Oh my god. There were two parts of the crater on the moon. Okay. I see what happened here. Devil's Leap was basically the edge, and Devil's Drop was after he jumped in. This has seats on it, and... hold the phone, actually. First of all, why is it rolling? Oh no, it's sliding. Yeah, don't show it again. It's sliding down a hill. Alright, is that good? No. Now it's good. Okay, bring the sun out. I need to see something. Oh dear God, what am I looking at? It doesn't have the thrusters on it. I think this is a Gen 2. Look at this, it's got... These are landing struts on it in case it flips over. There's a moon rock over there. It can't scan it. There's a moon rock over there. I can't scan it. It doesn't have the scan arm. Oh my God. It has one radioisotope thermoelectric generator, a couple batteries, and nothing on the undercarriage. Look at that. It's got the radial decoupler on it. This is vintage. This is vintage shit here. Look, it's right next to those stupid landing beacons I used to make. These were useless. We didn't need them. What flag is that? Oh God, that's an oldie. The flag's so old, it rewrote which flag it actually was. This isn't getting any signal either. Hang on. Does this work? After all this time? Not connected. It has a charge. What if we extend the other antenna? We need to do a stream where we just dig through all this old stuff. Right, that's 3 antennas. Maybe if I, Oh wait, I can't because it's not connected. Alright, well that piece of equipment is effectively dead. What about you? What if I extend the antenna on you? Could I drive you? Well, this would explain why we're on the wrong side of the mun. That's what we get for... That's what you get with this vintage crap. Alright. No more screwing around. We must end the stream, guys. I said it would be 8 hours. 7.5. Good enough. We made it to Tylo. Oh my lord. Next week, stream on Thursday. I don't know what we're doing yet. Thank you guys so much for coming on this insane ride. Insanely slow, but insane nonetheless. Keep an eye out for those videos. Well, actually you don't have to. You already watched the director's cut. God dang. There will never be a landing harder than that. More Genshin on Thursday? I don't know. I'm kind of limited to 1 stream a week right now because work. We'll see what happens. That's also why we streamed a lot these past few days. We got a few more streams on YouTube before we move over to Twitch. So don't worry. I'm gonna go get that ice cream and a drink and something to eat. I am famished. Seriously, I can't thank you guys enough for sticking around this long. It means a lot. Thank you for keeping me company on this obnoxiously long stream. This was a big one. I didn't think I was actually gonna do this today. I'll cut it here and stop rambling. Thank you all for watching, and have a great morning. Yeah, you might as well stay up at this point. I have to go to work at 5 p.m. though, so I get to sleep all morning. Yeah, I planned that ahead really good, didn't I?